Cassez-vous.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. I think there's still some people that need to join us. You know that obviously this session is all in English, but apparently I've been told that's not a problem for you guys because you're all bilingual almost, or should be. You should have also received a set of documents, mainly PDF files, but also a PowerPoint, which is important because it explains about the assignment that you're going to do. An Excel file and probably also a short Word document. Okay. So I hope everybody can hear me clearly. Please feel free to interrupt me. Either you can send me a chat. You also see when I open the PowerPoint that you've got my email address. So if you've got any questions, and as I'm going along, I will stop from time to time and ask if there are any questions. You don't all have to reply, obviously, but if somebody does, then is the moment to butt in and ask something. Okay. So first, before I get started, a little bit about myself. So you probably gathered that I'm English. I was born in the UK, but I've lived in Europe now for almost 34 years. I lived in France for 17 years, in Lille, and I still have many contacts there. Obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be giving you this course today. I've lived now in Belgium for almost 16 years, and I lived in Spain for a couple of years. So maybe I'm one of those guys that escaped well before the Brexit, and I'm a real European, let's say. The objective of this course is to provide you with some information about how to analyze a company from a financial perspective. So we're going to be looking at several things. Previously, I did do the same course, but more oriented towards business. However, with the current situation, I found it probably more interesting because you hear enough about COVID and you're all following courses online. So I can understand it's getting also a little bit irritating for you, and that you prefer to get back to the campus situation. But for the moment, that's the way it is. So I've changed things a little bit around to focus on, let's say, the financial environment from last year and previous years, rather than talk about a little bit what's going on at the moment. Okay. Maybe a little bit more about me. So yeah, I've been in training and consulting now for almost 30 years. I worked in industry, so I was export manager and operations manager in the furniture industry. And then 12 years ago, I made a complete U-change, and I went into finance. I'm a certified auditor and consultant, so I work mainly on due diligence, which means analyzing companies, mainly small and medium-sized companies, family-owned companies, before we need to either restructure them, reorganize them, refinance them, but also maybe to sell them, in which case we have to prepare them a little bit. So that's part of my job. So when I'm not teaching, that's what I'm doing. And I work for an organization which is based in the Netherlands called Corporate Finance in Europe. And our focus is on buying, selling, and me more specifically, restructuring all these small and medium-sized firms. I'm working still mainly in the furniture industry. Sometimes I do step outside of that, but it's mainly manufacturing, mainly the furniture industry, both manufacturing, but also on the retail side throughout Europe, so everywhere in Europe. But my network also goes as far as Latin South America and United States and Canada. Okay. So what I'm going to try and do with you is in 4 hours, I'm going to try and bring you up to speed and give you like 4 years of training, like if you were doing financial analysis or corporate finance. Okay. Now, they told me your English is good, so I hope that shouldn't be a problem. Okay. They also told me that that you'd all done MathSup and MathSpe, so you're all pretty good at calculating on the financial side. And somebody sent me, Victor sent me a message. There seems to be a limit of 100 people in the Zoom call. Yeah. I don't know. Can I extend that now? I don't think I can. Huh? So I don't know, Victor. I have no idea. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have that. I just have a normal pro account. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what the answer is to that. Yeah, if you can group together maybe, or yeah, pass on the message afterwards. That, I mean, that's all I can. That's all I can say. Nobody asked me what type of account. I told them I had a pro account, and that was it. So yeah, they'll have to group together somewhere. That's all I can say. Okay, so yep. Okay. It's probably a good idea, guys, if you mute your microphone. Otherwise, it's going to provide echo, and we're going to have background noise. So I'm still admitting some people that are coming in late. So I'm hoping that that's going to work out. Okay. We'll just have to move on from there. Okay. So I'm going to share, first of all, my PowerPoint with you. So hopefully everybody should be able to see this. Make it a bit bigger. Okay. So you can see that on the first slide, you've got my email address. Okay. So any questions, any communication, anything between now and the assignment, and when you send the assignment, then obviously please feel free to use that address. Okay. There are some documents which I'm going to open up for you. We're going to go through and prepare you as best as I can over the short period we have. So there are several things which I think are important. As you're all engineers, I think that whatever you intend to do in the future, some of you may consider starting your own business, which is great. However, please also think, and I'm heavily involved in that, is to also think about buying maybe or if financing an existing business, because with many people of my age and older looking at early retirement, looking to leave industry or whatever, there will be quite a few businesses up on the market, at least in Europe, in some countries. And there will be some interesting companies to be picked up. So if you ever fancy going down that road, then please feel free to keep in touch with me, because I have a network of yeah, well over 1,000 contacts. So that's multiplied by many different companies. Okay. So going back to the financial part, so obviously there are three main financial documents. Okay, I'm going to go in a little bit more detail with you as we move on. Balance sheets, profit and loss, and the cash flow statement. Okay. With regard to the terminology, you can see here there are basically two types of accounting systems in the world. Let's say in Europe, everybody's using IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, which are used for listed companies throughout Europe. They are looking at a lighter version for family-owned businesses, small and medium-sized firms, but we're not there yet. These financial reporting standards are based on what was originally called the GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Okay, so in other words, every country in Europe had their GAAP. There was a French GAAP and a German GAAP and a British GAAP. And then some countries decided to keep those. So, for example, we still have in the US, China, Japan, Canada, Russia, all of those leading countries, they have their own version of accounting principles. Okay. What we're going to be looking at is ratios and understanding what they mean and how we can analyze a company. So I said to you before that my job entails carrying out due diligence. So it's a little bit like buying an apartment or buying a car. You'd go and have a look under the bonnet, kick the tires, check out the apartment and so on. So I do the same thing, but with a company, all right? Which means I need to carry out financial analysis. I need to look at ratios. I need to compare those ratios with previous years, but also probably with the competition. So I can draw up some benchmarks, okay? We were able to draw conclusions, okay? And that's a really, really important thing. So it's not just the calculation and getting the calculation right, which I'm sure you will do, but it's what does that mean? If there's been an increase over a given period or a decrease, or it stayed the same, or the figures I get for one company are completely different when I look at the competition or when I look outside of France. So that's what the interesting thing is. That's the analysis part, okay? And don't forget, even if you don't intend to start your own business or buy an existing business, some of you will be working for other companies. And as you move on in your career and you go up the management level, from levels, different levels, okay, sometimes they will ask you to look at a different project, to make an investment, to buy a company maybe, or you may be asked to contribute to a team that looks at a merger, or you may be asked to carry out an analysis of the competition. So all of what I'm going to try and pass on to you is helpful from that context, okay? So it's being able to decipher all those figures and draw conclusions and say, well, in what state is the company? How is it performing? Is it recruiting? Is it growing, expanding? Okay, if they got cash to play around with, all of those questions. But also, quite simply, whatever career you plan in the future, I always think that it's useful to be able to analyze a business if you want to join that company, in whatever activity sector that may be. Obviously, if they're a listed company, if they're on the stock market, that means that they're pretty big company. So all the financial documents are available online or via a website from the company. If you join a small and medium-sized firm, even though it might be quite big, but not necessarily listed on the stock market, okay, then of course you're going to have to dig a little bit deeper to get hold of that financial information. Okay. So just to let you know that there will be a group assignment, because obviously there are so many of you signed up that it's not possible to do it individually. So you're probably used to working in groups, and you know who you're going to work with. At the end of this course, so towards the evening, I will be asking you to send me details of your group and the names of the students in your group, and probably a manager, so that I receive emails from one person. Okay. Obviously, everything needs to be done in English, guys, and I will be giving out extra points for those students that. Okay, I will answer that later, Michael, about how many people in a group, but yeah, the idea is to have at least 30 groups. Yeah, I think you can work that out for yourself. There shouldn't be too many people in a group, otherwise it makes it complicated to manage. I think the best thing is to email me if you've got issues about that, and we can sort it out on an ongoing basis. Okay. So I will be giving you extra points, guys, for those of you that make special efforts in the calculations, but also in your ability to analyze and to compare companies and to draw conclusions about those companies. Okay. I think somebody's got their mic on, so if you could mute that, that would be great, guys. Okay. So there are several documents that I'm going to have a read through with you, just to give you an overview. Some of you may have seen or done similar courses, maybe a bit of extra finance somewhere along the road while you were studying for an engineer or before. So some of what I'm going to say will speak to you more than maybe others, and some of you have just focused on your pure engineering studies, which I can understand. However, I think that, you know, out of all those people chosen, you're looking for an international career. So you're either looking to move up the ladder with a French company or an international company based in France or elsewhere in the world, okay, depending how situation evolves. I've put down there the sectors that you're involved in. So I've probably got students in front of me in manufacturing, IT, energy, telecoms. And I know that some of you are also involved purely in sustainable solutions, and there may be civil engineers, there may be some others there. So I do apologize if I've forgotten anybody, but again, no offense was made. Okay. So I'm also going to share with you various documents now. So I'm going to put that PDF, that PowerPoint down. And there are, the first one I'm going to open with you is a PDF called Demystifying Finance. Okay. Now, the reason for writing this is I also give many courses, not only to engineers, but a lot to MBA students and students who've also specialized in various areas within business or whatever. And they've come to a level, or they've come to a stage where they don't have much financial knowledge or skills. And what I try to do is to provide them with the basics. So obviously for some students, that's a little bit more complicated, because if you don't have that, let's say, those foundations in mathematics and feeling comfortable with calculations. I mean, as you can see, what I'm going to show you, you know, I'm not going to ask you to reproduce algorithms and things like that. So it's not overly complex. Some of what I'm going to show you does verge on accounting, financial analysis, auditing. Part of it is basic, let's say, business skills for me. For example, as an engineer, you could be in charge also of, you know, building up products and then organizing as well the cost base, and deciding maybe on the margin and the markup. So again, for me, those are basic business skills wherever you come from and wherever you intend to go in the future. So there are some things for me which are really compulsory, and there are some things which go more really on the technical side. Okay. I'm not going to read all of this for you. Some of it you can read through by yourself. What happens in finance, and is probably true of any career, when you look at doctors and chemists and dentists and lawyers and all sorts of, let's say, noble professions, but also bankers and accountants and people who work in financial markets and who carry out analysis on companies, but also in investments. Everybody tries to, let's say, protect their own jobs, and they try to use language which makes it difficult for everybody else. That's why there's been a lot of change over the last 10 years, a lot of movement, particularly with startups, entrepreneurs, people bringing down the barriers and saying, yeah, don't give us all this crap about, using very technical language, and what you mean is profit and loss or turnover or something like that, rather than using fancy words. So there's been huge changes with an approach, a more entrepreneurial approach to finance, huge changes in language and terminology that's used, particularly with more possibilities to obtain financing outside of the structured financial sector with regard to traditional banks. Okay, so we talk about crowdfunding, we talk about business angels today, so there are lots more different alternatives to obtain financing. And again, all of those stakeholders or participants, they all agree that everything needs to be simplified. Okay, I've written there some basics about finance, okay, and my thoughts about how we see it, and how also you can use finance as a tool. I'm not suggesting you should stop being an engineer, but it's become a little bit like English, and if you get to a certain level, at some stage, if you stay around with the company and you move up, somebody's going to ask you to participate in an investment project somewhere about buying a company, but also investing in the company, buying machines and things like that. So again, some of these may be important to help you to build on those skills for the future. Okay. I've also left in there for you the difference between financial accounts and management accounts. So again,
sir,
yeah.
Your document is not shared.
My what? Sorry.
No, not shared. It's not shared in the screen.
Ah, okay, okay. It says okay. Let's go for a new share then. All right. Very strange.
It is shared, sir.
I can see the screen.
Yeah, me too.
Ah, okay. Okay. So it was okay. Well, I'm coming back with it. Okay. So you can see this PDF, Demystifying Finance. Yeah.
No, yes.
Yes.
Yes, now yes, it's shared.
Okay. Okay. All right. So there's two types of accounts. All right. Management accounts are used internally to the business. Okay. So they're purely to make decisions inside a company. Whereas financial accounts, if you're a listed company, will be made public. All right. But if you're a family-owned business, okay, or if you're a small and medium-sized firm, there's no obligation to make those documents public. And in some cases, for example, in France, sometimes companies, rather than register their accounts with an official body, they prefer to pay the fine of 200 or 250 euros because their business is competitive, or they don't like other people seeing how the family ownership is composed and who owns the business and who's got shares in the business, etc. So there are many reasons why we would hide those sort of things. Okay. Otherwise, like in every country in Europe and around the world, there's obviously a Companies House and Companies Acts, which is based on the local legislation, which obviously legislates and guarantees all sorts of things, what we need to know, what we don't know, what we don't need to know, and what can be shared and what cannot be shared. Okay, based on also on the accounting standards that we have in place in those countries. Okay. So in contrast, management accounts are used to help record, plan, control activities of a business, to help in decision making. Okay, so that's a little bit what we're concerned about with regard to this course. All right, and how we use that information internally to make obviously investments, to think about share prices if we're listed, but also to make decisions with regard to cash. Okay, what do we do with the money that we have? How do we spend it? Do I just reward the shareholders and give out extra dividends? Do I buy new company cars for all my senior managers? Do I put the money back into the business and buy something else, invest in plants and equipment and machinery? So there are many, many options about what we can do with the cash that we have available. For example, Apple at the moment, okay, well, going back a couple of months, I haven't looked since, but going back a couple of months, they had more money on their bank account than the US Treasury, which of course you can imagine the amounts that we're talking about. If they wanted to, they could buy a luxury yacht for every person employed in Apple, but obviously they're not going to do that. And of course, shareholders get a little bit, let's say, irritated with companies if they don't use cash, because there's no point in keeping cash lying around in a bank account. It doesn't give you any more extra capital today, it doesn't give you any extra money. So they're thinking, well, what are we going to do with that? You know, why not invest it? Why not buy other companies? Why not put more money in research and development? Okay, so companies have many options, particularly a company like Apple, because it's involved in very many different sectors. Okay, so at some stage there's going to be pressure on that company to do something with the money, and if they don't come up with, you know, valid solutions and answers, then of course shareholders get irritated. So what are financial accounts used for? 5 things, guys, all right, which are important when you're running a business, buying a business, managing it for somebody else, an engineer, a project manager, or whatever. Okay, so the first one, it tells us about the performance. Okay, how are we doing? You know, it's a bit like football teams or any sport teams. There are leagues, there are divisions, and we draw up all these tables, but sometimes they're very, very complex and complicated, and the variables that we take into consideration are sometimes not exactly the same. So when we compare businesses, they practically need to be really, really in the same activity sector. Otherwise, it does get complicated. Okay. So when we look at, for example, and we could try and compare performance, the first thing is we look at one business and we compare from year to year. So 2020 hasn't finished yet. We can imagine that for some businesses, it's going to be a pretty crappy year because of the situation. For other businesses, when we look at Amazon and maybe some others, they could be faring pretty well. They may have even got extra business. So we compare from year to year, right? And everybody obviously will remember 2020, the year of the COVID. But in our case, we're going to look back. So you're going to be looking at 2019, 2018, all right? But we also can compare the performance with a competitor or several competitors, okay? And that's what we mean when we talk about benchmarking. So then we're able to plot little diagrams and charts and to see who's the best, and maybe one company is better in one market than another, and maybe the French are better than that than the Americans, and so on and so forth. So we can draw conclusions about that. Based on the performance, we can move on to what we call trends. So I can pick up on, for example, growing consumer trends for one particular product or service, depending on whether our business is in a B2B area or a B2C, or is it just selling online, okay? But I can also pick up on what is selling, what consumers are interested in, what businesses are interested in, looking at prices, looking at, you know, all aspects of supply chain involved in that. How am I getting my product to market? But also, how am I managing my business? Okay, and there we can look very closely and internally. It's not because they're all engineers. It's not because they all have an MBA from INSEAD or HEC or something like that, that they're all very good at doing it. Sometimes, and that's happened to me on many occasions in life, I can find some very good people to run businesses, who are running businesses, who have a minimum of qualifications, but they know the business, they know their job. Okay, they're not able to reproduce fantastic PowerPoints and draw, you know, and go into a certain level, but they're able to be very efficient, you know, with regard to what's going on in the business and the competition and supply chains, logistics, all the little bits that fit together. Okay, so that's a second part which enables me to again move forward in my analysis. Okay, and then I move on to the next part that we're going to be looking at, which is everything about ratios. Okay, I always say that you can tell me anything about a company and it's got a fantastic website and it's got, you know, really good marketing and good communication and it's employed the best people and it's using the best agencies, but in the end that remains blah blah. Okay, what really gives me a true picture of what's going on are the figures. Okay, now the figures, first of all, especially if I'm looking at the past, will have been audited. So one of the big four, you know, your Deloitte's and your KPMG's and your PwC's and your Ernst & Young's, those are the top big four accounting and advisory companies in the world, but you've got others, much smaller ones like Mazars and Grant Thornton, who also work a lot with privately owned companies. Those figures have been audited. That means they're as close as possible to the truth. We can still have exceptions. We can still have some things that we got wrong because the information provided was wrong. Okay, so we've got to be very careful. And that's why we will see sometimes appear in a financial report the word adjusted. So in other words, what they declared in 2009 was later found to be not the real figure. So we come along and we make modifications, and we may sometimes reproduce some new pages, and we call it adjusted EBIT, adjusted profit, adjusted turnover, income, whatever you want to call it. But that's how they do it, and then they replace everything and they transfer it back. Okay, so the ratios enable us again to break down everything. The company, as long as you've got the information, that's the most important thing. So they give us the detail. They enable us to look at a figure and say, well, why did it go up? Why did it go down? What conclusion can I draw? Why are we worse? Why are we better than the competition? Okay, what's the difference? Because those figures are based on reality of the business last year and the previous year, we would presume them to be almost correct. All right, and the same goes for the competition and all the others. But also, guys, in there, we've got to think about our costs, okay? And therefore, you need to think very carefully about fixed and variable costs, expenses, overheads. So all those relate to management of the company. If I get loans from the bank, if I use crowdfunding, if I get an overdraft, well, how the hell am I going to pay it off? How long it's going to take? But also in everything that I purchase, for example, machines, equipment, companies, all right? So then we have to move further. We talk about net present value. So we're trying to calculate a value of something in the future, okay? So if I do invest in a new machine, if I do buy a business, well, how much is it going to cost me? How long is it going to take me to turn that around? And how long before I expect to get some revenue from that? How long before I expect to break even? Okay, so lots and lots of different elements that we can calculate from that. Again, it's all about forecasting. It's about supposing, it's about presuming that in a perfect normal situation, a company A would be expected to make 10 million or 100 million euros turnover. Okay, so we can presume that that will carry on. Today, it's much harder to make those presumptions, but that's a little bit how we do it. And then the balance sheet, guys, and the balance sheet tells us a lot about businesses, all right? First of all, it tells us basically what a business owns, okay, in terms of assets, because the buildings and the land and the machines, well, if I've paid for them, they all belong to me. They belong to the business. Okay. However, with many startups, new companies, all right, sometimes, okay, we don't invest, we don't buy. I rent a shared office, okay? I rent my computers. I don't buy company cars, we share them. All right. So there are many, many more alternatives on the market today where I can still start a business. Those barriers have been broken down, and thank God. So it's not so expensive. You know, I can even start an airline company if I think it's the right moment to do it. But when I look at your balance sheet, okay, and that's how some of the great companies started off, because they were renting everything, okay, and some of them didn't even have salaried employees, so everybody was like a independent or freelance, so they were paid per project or per hour or per day of work, okay. So in other words, I don't also have all those social costs. All right, so that again tells me a lot about the business. And sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it completely wrong. Maybe when you start up, it's a good idea not to have so many costs. But again, if I don't have any assets, how am I going to calculate how much the business is worth? If I want a bank loan, but nothing belongs to me, because you know that if things go bad, what do the banks do? Well, they seize your assets. So they take away your buildings and your cars and your computers, so you can't work if you don't pay back the loan. But if you rent everything, and the property that I have belongs to BNP Paribas real estate management, but instead of belonging to me, then there's not a lot I can do about it. Okay, so it becomes a little bit more complicated, but it also, you can understand why it's more complicated for companies then to borrow money. Okay. Something very important in that, if you look at Groupe Auchan, for example, which I'm sure many of you know, which is based in head office is based in Les Hauts-de-France region, but it's pretty much present all over France. Probably not many people have not been to an Auchan, apart from in lockdown, where you're probably buying online. But if I just take Auchan's balance sheet very quickly, all right, and we know that it's a family-owned business, and we've got a little bit of the idea of, you know, what the family culture is like and the mindset. But when I look at two figures, and I look at how much Auchan, how much money Auchan makes from selling, you know, groceries and food and everything else that it sells in its hypermarkets or online, and I look at the value of Auchan from a property perspective, well, it's very, very simple, guys. Auchan, Groupe Auchan, with regard to the supermarkets, okay, I'm not looking at all the other businesses in the group, but just the supermarkets, is worth more if I look at the property. So all the supermarkets, les centres commerciaux, the car parks, the warehouses, okay, so the value of all that is worth more than the money they make from selling products. So I'm thinking, and I know that they're a little bit in financial difficulty, so I'm thinking, well, why doesn't Gérard get up and sell off all that property or part of the property, okay, to you know, a real estate or a facilities manager? Okay, it's quite simple. You know, you don't have to leave the property and the car parks, you stay where you are, but you just you lease it back. So in other words, you can deduct that 100% from your balance sheet, because they've probably already paid for all their supermarkets. They're not still paying them off, I would presume. So they've paid for it belongs to them. So if they just sell it, they lease it back, they get cash for that. They can use it to develop their business. Maybe they need to relook their business model and whatever. Okay, and that would be a nice solution to turn them around. But when we know, guys, that in Les Hauts-de-France, where many businesses were started in the textile region, but also in manufacturing as well, okay, and it's a little bit the same mentality as you find on the other side of the border in Belgium, you know, on the Flanders side particularly. It's this notion of, you know, owning property and the value of property, whatever it is. We don't rent anything, we buy it or we build it, okay, it belongs to us. And as long as you've still got that mentality in there, then of course it becomes very, very complicated to change and to modify the business model. But at some stage they will obviously need to do that. Okay. Two other things which are important also with regard to financial statements. It's depreciation and amortization, particularly of goodwill. I don't know whether you knew this, but it will be mentioned also a little bit later on, but depreciation is for tangible assets, donc c'est l'amortissement, but for what we call fixed assets, tangible assets. And amortization is used for intangible assets, so things that I cannot touch, like more and more today, intellectual property rights, artificial intelligence, software development. So companies involved in all of those will be having two types of depreciation. Okay. And goodwill, well, goodwill is a nice term in English. It's just the value of your customers. Okay. And many people come to me looking to buy a company, and they say, yeah, they've given me a price based on the goodwill. And I said, well, look, be very, very careful, because the goodwill is based on last year's customers. Given the situation today, we've got no guarantee whatsoever that those customers will come back and will want to shop with us, or will want to buy with us. Or maybe I've got disruptors that have come in, changed my business model, people that are leaner and meaner and more nimble than me. So in other words, I'm selling a losing business. So whatever you do, guys, in the future, never buy a business purely based on goodwill. You need to go a little bit further, because if it's for example, a small family-owned business, most of the customers could be friends of the owners, other family members they could be producing for. So, you know, if it were to change hands, all of those people could disappear, and then you're left, obviously, having bought a business for a lot of money, and then you're left with zero. Okay. So I've also given you there a little bit of and a couple of abbreviations, what we call net book value. Okay. So net book value is something really, really important to be able to give a price to a company, particularly for those companies that are not listed. Okay. So in other words, it's somewhere the difference between various elements that we take from the balance sheet by deducting the capital of the company, the shareholders, and who's put money into the business. Okay. And that gives us a much closer idea of how much a company could be worth. Okay. I spoke earlier about pyramid of ratios. Okay. Pyramid of ratios, as you can see here, I've put it in some okay, it's not a question of importance. It's more of a question of, what am I trying to find? What do I want to analyze? Okay. And sometimes in a business, for certain companies, okay, it's being able to calculate what we call ROCE, R-O-C-E, return on capital employed. In other words, guys, if I gave you some money, if I gave you, 100,000 euros, well, what are you going to do with that money? How are you going to make a return on that? And more specifically, if I give you the 100,000 euros, what am I expecting to get back from that? You know, how long do I need to wait, okay, for you to turn that capital into something that can come back to me? Okay. And that's what it's all about. Okay. It's money goes in, money is used for something, improving the business, recruitment, buying new machines, changing everything to new technology, outsourcing, all of those aspects of any business. Okay. But what are we going to get back? Okay. In relation to, for example, the risks. Okay. How much am I going to give you? What's the risk that it all disappears, that you go bankrupt? Okay. So those are the questions that anybody who's financing will have in their head. Anybody who's starting a company, who's buying a company. Okay. Because it all has to be somewhere. You might have the best product and the best service in the world, but you know, you've still got to prove to me that you can make money from that. All right. And then you've got some other elements as I move down. So we've got profit, or what some of people call earnings before interest and tax, which some of you may have seen before, abbreviated to EBIT. Okay. And that, okay. And that is an interesting figure because we want to find out what money has been made before I pay any interest to the bank on a loan, for example. But some companies don't have any, they don't have any interest. Okay. However, most companies will be paying tax somewhere. And if I look across Europe, we'll be paying tax at different rates. okay? What we call the nominal rate and the effective rate. So there's a rate saying in France, well, we pay 25% or 30%, okay? But I don't actually pay that because of, you know, various deductions, various elements, maybe back tax, maybe I've, you know, made a loss, so I'm not paying anything, or but I've got to pay from the previous year. So all of those things are negotiable. As well, if I'm in manufacturing, whatever I'm making, whether it's Airbus planes or little plastic bits or furniture, whatever you want, okay, there's this asset turnover. How effective am I being using my factories and my machines to make things? Okay, and obviously that's evaluated in a number of times. So you can imagine the more times that I get, the more efficient I should be. Okay. However, I need to compare that with the previous year, and probably I need to compare that with the competition. Okay. Gross profit is obviously calculated when I've reduced cost of goods sold. So I'll be giving you a little diagram later on, which will put things into perspective. Okay, that's one of the first figures that are calculated. Then I've got all these costs. Okay, so when you look and you take the gross profit, okay, and I deduct all my administrative costs, all right, and distribution and selling and marketing and research and development and all the rest of it, okay, maybe I don't make that much money in the end, because all people sitting in offices, if they're not actually adding any value to my business, well, they're costing me money, okay? That's where some of them go completely wrong. And we've got a very complicated situation at the moment where I've got some people furloughed, some people on temporary unemployment, companies not working 100%. So you can imagine that if I've got people sitting at home teleworking for me, or people sitting in offices, but there's nothing coming in, I still need to pay those salaries and social security contributions and URSAF and all the rest of it. It doesn't stop unless, of course, provisions are made that you don't have to pay anything until next year, or you only have to pay 20% like in some countries. So, you know, they've got to find ways and means of getting around that. Otherwise, some companies will be in a difficult situation. Okay, so you can see how important it is to be able to analyze all these costs, all these expenses. Please remember that depreciation is an accounting cost. It's not deducted from our accounts, okay? But when I've got my turnover and I reduce my cost of goods sold, that gives me the gross profit, okay? And then that enables me to manage other things and other costs like raw materials, okay? Labor, conversion costs. If I buy products in, say, from Vietnam, and then I add some value on those products and I have to pack them and then I distribute them out to my customers. Well, is that increased because of the situation? Okay, has that gone down? How can I control all those things? Instead of manufacturing in Europe, wouldn't it be better to just outsource everything to Vietnam and just bring the products in? So again, you know, many things with regard to decision making, okay? But also, guys, and here you have to be very observant with relation to the companies. Stock has become a big thing. Over the last 10, 15 years, we've tried to reduce the amount of stock we have, okay? Because stock costs us money. And in many organizations, they talk about Kanban, and you've probably seen all of that, quality management and lean manufacturing and just in time and supply chain and how important all of those are. But at some stage, you need some stock. And that's why a lot of companies were caught out with the COVID issue, because they didn't have enough stock. And then we closed down borders, and then in some countries factories were closed because it was complete lockdown, so the guys couldn't get to work, so we were stuck. So it just goes to show, you know, sometimes how the system can be tested, and therefore you know, if you don't balance things out, then you get yourself into a difficult situation. So receivables, that's the technical word for customer invoices. So in other words, who's paying me? When are they paying me? Okay, how long are they taking? What credit terms am I giving them? Okay, Obviously, at the moment, it's also been difficult. So if we want to keep our customers, maybe we have to extend what was before COVID 30 days, 60 days. Maybe we've had to go to 90 days. But of course, I can't put my company in a difficult situation because of cash flow and working capital. So I want to be nice to my customers. Yeah, that's great. So if I do give them 90 days to pay, how am I going to make my business turn around? How am I going to be able to pay my employees' salaries and the bank and my suppliers and all the rest of it? So again, you know, we have to think very carefully about how we program all of those things. So receivables, money coming in, okay, from customers. Okay, if people are paying you cash, then obviously you don't have any receivables. Like if you've got a restaurant or a clothes shop, or a bar or a McDonald's or whatever, even if they pay with credit card, it's still considered as cash because it's at the moment of the sale, whatever it is. Okay. And then you've got payables, which is the opposite, which is all the invoices that a business has to pay to its suppliers. So we can imagine things like utilities, electricity, gas, water, but also telecom, all right, in internet access, but also fixed lines and all sorts of mobile devices. Okay, so that was just to give you a rough idea, just a short diagram of how all those ratios and calculations, okay, can fit in. Different colors are used. Okay, I could have used any color you want. That's not the important thing, but you can see how they're all interlinked. Okay, and what decision we make on one side is obviously going to impact our business somewhere along. So, you know, there's a ripple effect internally, but today, and because of globalization, how long that will last for, we don't know, but obviously there's a ripple effect across Europe, across the world.
Quoi?
Yep. Sorry, is there a question or are we okay?
Oh, I forgot to mute his mic. So.
Oh, you forgot to mute his mic. Okay. All right, now he's done then. Okay. So we can also, moving on further down, talk about shareholder return. Okay, so it's a little bit like calculating, you know, your ROCE, your return on capital employed. And how do we measure that? Well, through dividends. Okay. And some high net worth individuals who invest a lot of money in businesses, they only live from dividends. Obviously, they've got to be very careful because if the company doesn't make any profit, okay, wherever you are, then by law, normally there are no dividends distributed. You can only distribute dividends when you make a profit. Okay, but also return on equity. Okay, so again, this is very, very important, particularly for listed companies. We talk about the book value of the funds, and we talk about the earnings. Okay, so in other words, the profit being made. Is it worth me putting my money in company A, or should I be putting it in company B? And that's how investors make their decisions. Okay, but that's also how private equity looks when it buys a company. You know, if I've got several potential acquisitions, where is it better to put my money? That is a pure capitalistic approach. But there are obviously, guys, other things in the world than just the pure capitalistic approach. So, you know, if we're serious about the business, if you're living or you've been brought up in part of a local community in France or elsewhere, you'll know that those small family businesses that are very local, that employ most of the people there, are very, very important to the local economy. And you might want to think about that in life and have a different perspective rather than, you know, just chasing after bonuses or chasing after, you know, share prices and quarterly statements and how are we doing, you know, with all the excessive pressure. And that's what a lot of people decide when they've been through an education and got through a certain level. They don't want all that stress and pressure and having to reply and make things public and whatever. They want to live life reasonably happy. They want to have a private business. They want to work in a private business where they can still do some good, put something back in the community, make sure we keep the jobs, okay, and make sure also that you can, you know, also run and have a competitive business with products and services that consumers, whatever they're from, want to buy. But we can also calculate very minutely on the earnings per share. So I can also compare businesses with their share price listed on the stock market. And if you look at companies, for example, like Tesla and companies like Nikola, okay, which is making the electric trucks, and you can see, and you know from what you can pick up from the press or what you read maybe online or whatever, that both the companies are or could be considered to be, you know, overweighted with regard to their share price, okay, or overvalued. Tesla's got some background and some experience because they are actually producing and selling cars. But Nikola, with the purely, you know, the EV truck engines and whatever, he hasn't. He's producing. He's made prototypes, but there are none fitted in any trucks. None have been sold. So then we've got what we call a highly or overvaluated business, and we could ask ourselves the question: well, is it worth that much? Okay, you know, what's going to happen when he starts making it? What's going to happen if the engine fails and whatever? So still many questions that are, you know, outstanding that haven't been answered. So you can also see that there is a dividend yield. In other words, it enables us to compare dividends of a given company over a particular period, compare them with last year, but also compare them with the competition. Okay. Then moving on down, two important things. So liquidity, in other words, have I got cash? Have I got liquid assets? Okay. How much is my stock worth in relation to the rest? How much money have I got on my account? What happens if there's a difficult situations and lockdowns and I'm closing my business and the workers can't get to work? Can I still survive? Basically, that's what we're asking. Okay. Whereas solvency, or another technical term, okay, is gearing or leverage, is the ability to be able to pay back a loan or anybody that's invested in you. Okay, so we separate that into two parts: the actual paying back of the loan, what we call the principal amount, but also the interest cover. So in other words, how many times am I able to pay back the interest? Okay, and usually the higher the figures are, the better it is for the company, for the industry, because that means the more solvent it is. Okay. So the rest of those, that paragraph you can read by yourself. And then here we've got several ways of measuring profitability. I mentioned to you before that earnings, okay, is the E part. Okay, so it comes in after. Basically, it's the profit. Okay, but here we're interested in earnings before. That's why we have these EBITDA and EBIT, sometimes called PBIT as well, profit before interest and tax. But normally, in 95% of the cases, it's EBIT, earnings before interest and tax. But we've also got EBITDA, which is before any depreciation or amortization, okay, is deducted. Right. So those are the main ways of looking and being able to calculate profit. Sometimes people mix up, and that's particularly true of entrepreneurs. Some people who don't have a formal training take over from the family, run a business, and they see that, you know, whatever cash is in the business, it's all for them or it's all profit. And of course, that we know that that's not necessarily the case. Okay. There are also three types of, let's say, ways of calculating EBIT or EBITDA in relation to the activity of a business. Let's you know, take a major French company like Lafarge, or you know, or LVMH, or you know, Pernod Ricard, or something like that. So any well-known listed French company. Okay. And you will see when you look at the financial statements that there are always mainly three parts. Okay, operating. Okay, so when they refer to operating activities, that means the business. Okay, so I'm selling raw materials, I'm selling alcoholic drinks, I'm selling luxury handbags. That's the operating activities part. Okay, and then we've got the investing activities part. Okay, so in other words, any investment that's been cashed in, okay, So we take the balance between capital expenditure, but also investments that have been cashed in, where we've had money returned, we've made earnings on that, we've realized the investment, we've got interest coming in, etc., etc. Okay, so that's investing. And then we've got cash flow from financing. Okay, so again, this is sometimes the change between equity, in other words, the capital in the business, and money that we borrow, or dividends. Okay, but also the return on, for example, activities like when you finance something that could be completely independent company or a subsidiary or whatever. So the way the deal is structured, okay, can also produce a part of the return from financing activities. Okay. From that, we're able to deduct what we call free cash flow. Okay. And when we say free cash flow, that means that cash is available. I can do something with it. I don't have to borrow part of it. I don't have to sell some building in order to get it. It's there. It's available. All right. Now, again, some people sometimes confuse cash in, cash out with the working capital cycle. All right. But the working capital cycle involves a little bit more than that from the accounting perspective. So it's being able to pay for suppliers for goods and services, pay employees, pay for inventory, but also calculate, for example, WIP, work in progress, semi-finished products. Okay. It allows customers to be able to purchase now, probably not online, probably not in B2C, but from a B2B perspective, and pay maybe later at some stage. Okay. But it also, part of the working capital cycle is that you're able to pay also those official stakeholders in the business, okay, like paying taxes, but also VAT, because VAT is a zero operation. You collect the VAT on the behalf of the state, and then you return that money every quarter or something, okay, but also paying dividends to shareholders. Okay, and then just below that, I've given you, again, a few descriptions about various things. I've also mentioned something important, is that when we analyze, most financial analysts, auditors, accountants take the number of days in a calendar year. So the number of days is 365. Okay. Some of them take 360. Okay, you can ask me, well, why the change in 5 days make any difference? Well, basically it doesn't. It's just, we've taken a rounder figure, 360. When I analyze companies in the private sector, okay, and don't forget, I'm just working in furniture manufacturing, retailing, but also accessory products. So companies making metal handles, glass doors, casters, you name it. I'm involved in all those types of industries. And what I've drawn up some statistics for my own use, and what I prefer is to get something closer to reality, because obviously if you take 365 days in a year, the figures are going to look much better. Okay, but we know that companies don't sell 365 days a year. If they're all online, then yeah, that can be 24/7. But if I'm manufacturing and I'm selling to other retailers, okay, even though the retailer could be taking orders over the weekend, my company is not actually operating maybe. So it's closed. It's only 5 days a week. So it's only 20 days a month. Okay. And then I've also got to deduct those statutory public holidays and official holiday periods. Some companies are closed between, let's say, part of December and January. Some companies are closed in part of July or part of August, depending on when they take their holidays. So there's no sales. Okay, it just piles up. So my working, let's say, average is round about 240, 200, somewhere between 240, 250 days, but much closer to the 240. Okay, and that gives me a good idea in Europe of the number of working days that we have, and enables me to make more precise calculations with regard to how much we can actually do. Okay, I've left you a little diagram there. It's very, very simple. Working capital cycle. So I've got people I need to pay, people who will pay me. The cash is circulating through the business. And then I've got all these terms relating to inventory of finished products, but also inventory of raw materials that also has value, and work in progress, so things that are ongoing. Okay. So the cash cycle is important to be able to see how we can manage a business. In other words, how I can tweak those costs, how I can manage to negotiate and pay some people later, for example, and in order to get a better financial position in my company's situation, maybe I can, speak to some of those customers and maybe they can pay me a little bit earlier, and then you've got to think about, well, is it better to give them a 2 or a 3% discount and get them to pay in 30 days, for example, or even less, because I've got the money on my account, rather than wait maybe 60 or 90 days and not be able to operate myself? So sometimes we have to give a little bit in order to get a lot, but to ensure the survival of our business. Okay. Now, with regard to what you may be doing in the future and engineering, sometimes I've also left you in there. I'm not going to look at that as part of the assignment, okay? But it's all notions of how we price a product, all the different levels of costing that we take into consideration, the different parts, the different elements of, each job of whatever we make and how we sell it, and how we distribute it. Okay, so I've left all of those things in there for you to have a little bit of a read through and a look by yourself. Okay, and then of course we decide on which type of costing we're going to put into place. Okay, what is of interest to you probably in the future is everything around value engineering. Okay, so if I am buying in a product from Asia or somewhere, if it is a semi-finished product, well, how can I convince the customers that it's worth something? How much value can I actually add on there? How much are they prepared to pay? Is there a market price? Is there a limit to how much they're going to buy from me? A machine, quantity, furniture products, cars, you name it, or whatever. Okay, so everything can be calculated down, and of course then the components of cost are divided into 4 segments. So high value to the customer and a high cost, high value to the customer but a low cost. That's where it's probably more interesting. Okay, and even in the luxury business, you'd be surprised how some things have become so cheap to make, but people are still prepared to pay €1,000 or more for whatever particular product. Okay, however, if the customer perceives that something is of high value, okay, but he's getting it for a low price, then obviously he's going to be partaking in that. All right. There are many other options on the markets today, and many other business models. And you've probably seen that up front a lot of things are free, so everybody joins on. When you do video games and things like that. And then after you realize that, oh yeah, if I want to go a step further, yeah, I've got to pay for it. If I want to add on characters or get extra points or whatever, I've got to pay for them. If I want an update to the software or technology or whatever's being used, then I've got to pay for it. So I've got the basics for free, and it's on the extras once I've attracted you, okay, so once you've perceived that there's some value there, that that's where I'm going to get you to pay. Okay. And then there's low value to the customer, but a high cost. Okay. So for example, obviously we would go out of our way to do something in this, and are we still using plastic bottles, and what about the environment and sustainability? So again, a lot of questions to be asked there. And then of course there's the bottom, so low value to customers and a low cost. So well, basically any company would ignore that because there's no value, and okay, it's a low cost, but if nobody wants it, or there's no use for it, then again, what's the purpose? What's the point? Okay. And here I've just given you a little bit of a breakdown of a sample there with high value, low value, high cost, low cost, so you can see just with with some sort of washing powder thing how easy it is to break it down. Again, I've left those documents there for you about pricing, about costs, because I think that may, serve you some purpose later on, wherever you happen to go and whatever you happen to do. The relationship between what a customer perceives in whatever context he is or category it is, okay, and how you can obviously, from a business perspective, control those costs, or manage to sell them and say, well, look, guys, these products are actually made in France. Okay. So, you can obviously imagine that it's not going to be the same cost if I did them in China or Vietnam. So maybe some will be tempted by that and buying local and getting supplied local. So I know who you are, I know where you are, and they're able to pass on the extra price to their customers or users or whatever. And there will some companies who say, well, no, Carl, that's Mr. Pitchford, that's unfortunate, but we can't compete on that. And I'm going to have to go directly to Asia or, Central and Southern and Eastern Europe, wherever we're getting the products from. Okay. So please remember that there are 5 fundamental aspects to take into consideration when we look at, pricing. It's the demand, the revenue and how that changes, how it fluctuates, the costs and how that fluctuates with the volume. Is it sometimes it's perfectly correlated, sometimes we get surprised, but normally in an environment of mass production, mass volume, the more I make, the cheaper it becomes. But yeah. And then there's a relationship, obviously, between the profitability. Am I making it for some purpose? Is it just for the pleasure of the customers, or am I going to make some extra profit out of that? And how much am I going to make, and what am I going to do with that? Is it just making profit so I can, pay tax or whatever extra tax on that? I'm sure that's not the objective of many businesses. But also, we need to think about those relationships, supplier relationships, and all the stakeholders, all our ecosystem around our business, and how that things, how volume would fluctuate also in relation to changes in prices. Okay. And there you can see also that there are common strategies, for example, cost plus with the markup, price taking. So where there are numerous small suppliers and as the opposite of price making. So you're practically the only one in the market, like some of the big energy providers. And then skimming, what we call skimming, where a company sets a high initial price during the early stage in order to capitalize. So it's a bit like, my video games guys providing everything for free. And then when demand becomes more elastic, so when I've got you attracted, then we start thinking about options and pricing and whatever. Okay. And there's just all the aspects that we need to take into consideration with regard to elasticity, barriers to entry, all the things that you've probably seen in a strategic course as well before. All the aspects that we need to take into consideration for mass market products rather than niche market products. But also, when I bundle products together and, if I put in a package, for example, internet connection and so many megabytes of downloading, and I put it with the telephone line or TV access, how important is that? Okay. Guys, would you like a short break before I move on?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, because it's a lot, and I realize, behind the screen for 4 hours. So if I can have you back, I'm going to start back again in 10 minutes time. Okay, around about 3:25. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, see you in a bit then.
Thanks.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just missed the last 1 minute because a recruiter called me by phone.
Yeah.
What just happened?
All I said is that because it's a lot, I was going to take a short break, and I'm going to start back at 3:25. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to start back. I'm still with my my PDF document, and you can see that there's also a little note about depreciation and the importance of depreciation and what it's used, because obviously if you buy a machine, or even if you buy, you know, cars for sales reps or engineers to go on site, after a given period, well, they're worth less because you've used them, you've traveled, so we're using kilometers. So again, it's like anything, there's a useful life, and then we're able to calculate obviously the value of these assets. Remember earlier I spoke to you about the importance of a company having its own assets, and what does it do with those assets, and is it buying things or is it renting everything? And therefore we can understand the importance that depreciation has. So I've given you an example there, that an asset at £10 million with a useful life of 10 years. So this is it's called straight line depreciation. So we take the amount and we divide by the number of years, and therefore we can see that the asset would be reduced because it would be 1 million per year for the next 10 years. Okay, so a depreciation cost of 1 million per annum would be charged to the profit and loss for 10 years. Okay, that's basically what we say. But there's no physical deduction obviously until we sell the asset, and then of course we stop the depreciation, and then maybe we should see some value appearing again in the accounts because we've sold it and we've probably made some money. Whether we make some profit on it will depend on how long ago we bought it and what the machine is and who needs it, etc. And the same thing for goodwill. So in other words, the value of customers. And again, you know, normally on a straight line basis, there are intangible assets which are also included in goodwill today. So, you know, intellectual property, patents, okay, which are not sometimes easy to give a price to. And normally the premium or goodwill is written off in a straight line basis of not more than 20 years, but it really depends on a case-by-case example. But you know, that's normally what we say. So if the goodwill on an acquisition was 60 million written over 20 years, obviously that's again 3 million for each year over the next 20 years. So again, that this sort of operation enables companies to deduct some elements, to deduct things from their accounts, and therefore obviously with the more you have, the less you have in terms of expenditure, in terms of overheads, and of course paying less tax in the end. Okay, so then just to talk now about investment. So there are two types of investment from a financial perspective. There's investment for growth, so that's increased capacity, new products and services, even marketing to some extent. And there's investment for efficiency, so investments that reduce costs, improve productivity, but also improve the environment, limit wastage, limit, let's say, pollution. All of those things would be considered here as sustainable investments under the efficiency part. And of course, if a business can put both together, then of course that's fantastic. When we look at investments, we obviously need to take into consideration the size, the internal rate of return. In other words, if I did something else with my money, what is that rate of return I need? Now, you can imagine that in a multinational company, a French multinational listed on the stock market, several different activity sectors, many subsidiaries, presence in international countries. All right, they need to be able to measure different projects, and they're going to look internally. Well, if we did that, we could obtain that, and then they try and set a benchmark and say, well, yeah, that could be 12%, that could be 15%, and so they try and measure all their investments, and they take that as their benchmark. So they say, well, everything over 12%, we're going to accept. Okay, but of course, That can change very quickly given the economic financial situation of the business. That can also change very quickly depending on what the competition does. If everybody's investing in new machines, then sometimes we've got to follow suit. And sometimes because of government legislation, EU law, manufacturing facilities are asked at a very last minute to upgrade, to become more efficient, to pollute less, etc. So sometimes by law, we're obliged to make investments which will improve the situation. And then, of course, everything else gets put to the back burner or for the following years. Okay, but also very important is how long is it going to take me to get some money back from that? Yes, if I do change my plant and I do make it more environmentally friendly, well, okay, maybe I'll get some grant from Les Hauts-de-France, maybe I'll get some grant from some country or from the EU, but okay, that's still something that I need to take into consideration. And also with all of that is the risk involved. Okay, now the objective of this course is not to go into detail and talk about how we could break down and quantify risks, but when you're working on projects, guys, and when you're trying to calculate different things about investment or buying a company or whatever, you need to obviously take into consideration, particularly today, very, very importantly, all aspects of risk. Then moving on to the next part, here again is something that is it's not really complicated to calculate. Sometimes it's complicated to find. So we're talking about WACC. So the weighted average cost of capital in a business. Okay. In other words, well, what is the value of my business? How is the capital in my business made up? Yeah, any question? No? So what is the composition of the capital? How much is from the family? How much is from shareholders? And how much is from, so it's a bit like comparing equity and debt. So money that I put in my business, okay, but also money that I raise through financing, which could be business angel, a bank, or whatever. All right. And once I've been able to calculate the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, then that enables me to calculate the NPV of an investment. So I try to project myself in the future and say, well, if Lafarge carries on as it does at the moment, then we could imagine that because of my industry knowledge, okay, and that's something very, very important, guys, no matter what qualification you've got and what you intend to do in the future. And some of you may end up working in financial analysis, investment, or even for private equity because of your experience or whatever. But knowledge of an industry is really important. Okay, so if you can work for 5-8 years, which is today considered as a long time, but if you can do that in the same industry sector but in different businesses in different countries, of course, I'm obviously trying to make us best situation as I can for you, then when you add all of that knowledge and experience together, then you can play a key role because you know what's going on in the industry, you know how those businesses work. Okay, I can bring you, like anybody, we can bring you up to speed on financial analysis and calculating and all those things, which are going to be fairly easy for most of you. But why would we do this? Why would we analyze that? But you've got the industry knowledge. Okay, so in fact, you're in a much better position on the job market than somebody that I've just trained purely in finance, who's only worked for KPMG or a bank and who's never actually worked in industry, because he may have analyzed the company, but he's not worked there. He doesn't have that intuition, that good feeling, that expert knowledge. Okay, so when we've got all of those figures, then we're able to what we call calculate an NPV. So in other words, how much is the investment worth today based on what I'm going to project into the future? Okay, and we can use all sorts of things. We can use Monte Carlo simulation when we regard to the risks. We can use sensitivity analysis with regard to projected cash flows and how much is the investment expected to bring back, etc., etc. Okay, and that's why calculating all of those things, whatever you work on in the future, even if you only work for somebody else, okay, will be really, really important for you to be able to assess and to be able to sell your project. Because the more things you can calculate that, then the higher the chances that your project will be accepted if you can prove A plus B, and that if you follow me, guys, we're going to get a much better return for the business. Okay, but little disclaimer, okay, with changing economic, financial, but also, let me dare say, social and health and pandemic situations, of course, all of those figures could be thrown out of the window and you've got to start again. So please be prepared for that. So I'm going to move on a little bit further down, okay, about creating and destroying value, okay? And all the guys who work in private equity, les fonds d'investissement, all their basics are calculated on is about the questions of value. That's why for them, WACC and NPV and all those things are really, really important, okay? But I would also like to bring another aspect to the table, is that, you know, as I said before, your knowledge of an industry and activity sector is really, really important, okay? More than just proving to me on an Excel sheet that, you know, in 5 years' time, I'm going to disappear. Okay, thank you very much. So it's also about examining further today. It's about looking at local communities. It's about looking at stakeholders. And if I get rid of a business, or if I sell a business, or if it's taken over by private equity, you know, what are they going to do with it? Is it still going to be around in 5 to 7 years' time when their exit strategy is in place and they've left the business or sold it to somebody else, or the business has gone completely under, so it's gone bankrupt because they took too much money out of it? So, you know, I would like you to think about all those aspects as well, those more social aspects, rather than just the purely capitalistic side, which is, you know, is important when you're doing a job, but it just depends, you know, what your values are, where you see yourself in the future, guys, where you see yourself working, where you see yourself playing an important role. And I know that I've accompanied many students that initially bought one small company, or, you know, they got their internship in there. They were able to move up, and then they got a job. The guy gave him a job because he trusted him, and because you had that engineering background and maybe a sales background, and you spoke a couple of languages, and, you know, you knew a bit about management. So I was thinking, here I've got somebody who could take over the business, and that's how a lot of it has been done, okay? But it's been done mainly with engineers, okay, because they're able to have this analysis, and I work, you know, 80 to 85% of what I do is in manufacturing. So you've got to have that understanding of machines, but you've got to have that understanding of people as well, because without the people, we can't do anything. And if you're able to understand the situations better than somebody else, okay, I could take a guy who's got an MBA, and he could be very, very bright, very intelligent, but he's only done marketing and sales, and he could give me the best social media campaign in the world. Okay, that's going to introduce my sales. But that guy is not probably capable of looking at the manufacturing side, fitting together the production, the supply chain, the logistics. Okay, so he's able to do it on one side. And that's where some instances an engineer is good, from all the competence, all the skills that you have, and everything that you're able to build on that. But also, okay, you're able then, because you've proved that you can, you know, run that company and you understand what's going on, you're able to build a small group out of that, and you may be able to buy up within a certain period of time a competitor, or you may be able to integrate a competitor or a supplier or a customer into your, you know, little ecosystem that you've created, okay? And it doesn't have to be a multinational thing, but it can be something which creates jobs, has a purpose, does something good for the environment, but also makes or provides products and services that consumers want, you know, wherever you are, right? So when you look, and we've got statistics on this, when we look at everything, for example, mergers and acquisitions, even with big groups, and even including private equity, across, let's say, a sample section of industries, well, I can quite easily say to you that more value has been destroyed than it's been created. So we've got a lot of questions to ask ourselves about all these deals and transactions and managers who get bonuses because one deal goes through and another doesn't, or because they bought the competitor, or because of this. All right. And in the end, I'm sorry to have to say that, but the only people that make money out of all those things are accountants, auditors, people like me who do due diligence, okay, lawyers, and all the people involved in the whole process, because whatever happens, we get paid. If the company disappears several years afterwards, well, yeah, it's sorry, but that's not our fault. Okay.
Sir, excuse me.
Yeah.
In creating value, can we calculate the exact amount of what we lost and what we want to invest to reach the level of value we want?
Well, there are several answers to that. First of all, when you look at value creation and value destroying, there are a number of variables. So it's in terms of customers, it's in terms of suppliers, it's in terms of the local community, but also in terms of jobs. And many companies, particularly private equity, they see getting rid of jobs as something good. It has an immediate cost, but in the future, if I grow my business, if it expands, okay, I need to re-employ people. So where am I going to find them? If I'm in a small town in the middle of France somewhere, where am I going to get them from? Okay, so we need to think ahead, and we need to plan, and we need to have a structure, a strategy, which says, well, you can say, I'm going to reach that target, or I'm going to try and reach 20% growth over the next 3 years, for example. Okay. And then you're going to choose your variables in relation to that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, and then we just go on to talk a little bit about profit. Okay. And I think if I saw there were a number of questions, some of the questions in chat were already answered, so I didn't bother to go back, because you asked what turnover was, chiffre d'affaires and things like that. There are different ways of calculating profit, okay? And I think that was also one of the questions. And the first thing I'm going to say that it depends very much on the activity sector that you're in. It depends very much on the status of your business. In other words, whether it's a mature industry, whether it's something which is still growing, or whether it's a completely new startup, because I'm going to apply different methodologies in all of those cases. Okay. And I will get an answer, but of course, as you can imagine, a company that's been around 100 years and a company that I've just set up, then the approach and the answer is going to be completely different. Because I can honestly say to you that, if you do set up a business, whatever it is, unless it's the next thing to replace Apple, which I'm sure most of you guys have got ideas in your heads, it's going to take you time to build up the business. And we don't automatically make profit in the first 3 years. Okay, so that's again statistics from the European Union. So we've taken a broad panel of startup businesses, okay, all activity sectors, and it's usually after year 3 that we see break even. So we get to le point mort. All right. If you get it in less than that, then it's something that the market's been expecting, or you're a real disruptor, or you've, really replaced Ryanair, so we're flying in open top jets or something. I'm being crazy, but, it's got to be something really wacky. Or then, guys, you're working for the mafia. So in other words, you're hiding your expenses and your costs for me, and everything is being pocketed, okay? But I'm sure you wouldn't be telling the state anyway, so you wouldn't be paying any tax anywhere, all right? But that's just to go to give you an idea of, the time scales that we're looking at, particularly for a startup. And if a company's been around already for 10 years and they still haven't made any profit, well, then it's probably a good time to really, seriously consider a review of the business model, or then close everything, go down and go and work for the government or something like that. Okay. So moving on a little step further from there, we talk about economic profit. Okay. Or you may have seen the term probably in previous lives and courses of economic value added, EVA. Okay, it became increasingly popular, sort of in the last 10-20 years, because we tried to find different ways. Okay, and I can tell you today, because I also work with for example, NGOs, not-for-profits, organizations in the social economy, cooperatives, okay, from which there are some pretty big cooperatives in France, both agriculture, but also, you know, you'd be surprised to know that Crédit Mutuel, for example, is one of the largest banking cooperatives in Europe, okay? So even from that aspect, we can calculate the profit, but we've got a different way of doing it, okay? And some of us talk about, you know, social value added, SVA, all right, to replace the economic, because it's not just putting back from the financial, but it's putting back from a social perspective. What am I doing about creating jobs? What am I doing about employing people from diverse backgrounds? What am I doing about employing people with disabilities? Okay, so there are, again, a number of variables that we can take into consideration, all right? So again, I've just given you a very quick example here. So it says, consider a company that had, you know, an EBIT of 10 million, capital employed of 25 million, and the WACC, the weighted average cost, worked out at 12%. So in other words, what you've got to understand is how much the balance between the weighting of debt and the weighting of equity in a business. Okay, so therefore, okay, and if I have a corporate tax liability of, you know, the tax rate is 26%, so I know that I'm going to be paying 2.6 million. The charge on the capital employed, okay, would be 3 million. That's what it's going to cost me. All right. So therefore, the economic profit would be working out at 4.4 million. So in other words, the capital employed multiplied by the WACC, so 25 million, okay, multiplied by 12%, okay, is going to give me about 4.4 million. Okay, so that's my economic profit. But you're going to tell me what the hell does that mean? Is that good or bad? Well, I don't know either, because that's just a static example. So if my economic profit of my business is 4.4 million pounds, but everybody else is between 2 and 3 million, then obviously that's good. But if everybody's between 3 and 5 million and I'm 4.4, then okay, I'm average. I'm no better than anybody else, but I'm no worse. I'm average. Okay. But if everybody else's economic profit is somewhere between 8 and 10 million and I'm 4.4, then obviously I'm not very good. That's what it's telling me. But remember what I said about before, that we've got to take that into context. So we've got to compare previous years. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Is it staying the same? And I've got to compare that. I've got to benchmark it against the competition. How is the competition doing? How have they been impacted? Okay, is it the same situation? So only then, guys, can we draw some conclusions. But otherwise, the 4.4 by itself, I'm going to give you a round of applause and I'm going to say, yeah, you calculated it right. That's perfect. Okay, thank you very much. But, you know, what does it mean? And that's what I'm looking for in the assignments as well. It's not just the calculations, but what does it mean? What does it show us about the business? What does it show us about the industry? You know, is it in a good position, a bad? Is everybody pretty much the same? And that's what I want to try and draw out of you so you can go a step further. Okay, so going on now to the biggest chunks. So ratio analysis. So I'm you know, I think you've understood what a ratio is. Most of you have done maths courses, so you've been used to doing this type of calculation. Okay, so anybody who's not done that, then you can read through all of those little aspects by yourself. Okay. And I've also provided you with tables, okay, and some things about inventory turnover, okay? So in other words, in a business, okay, and particularly in the future, guys, if you're looking to buy somebody's business, how quick are they selling their stock? That's what it tells me, okay? So turnover, as you asked the question before, oui, c'est le chiffre d'affaires, but it's also la rotation du stock. Okay, so a turnover's got several different meanings, all right? And you can imagine, for example, if I look at fast fashion, okay, and that will speak to some of you, okay, if I talk to you about Zara and Inditex, Grupo Inditex, which is a Spanish company, okay, they have the fastest inventory turnover in the business. It's not the Germans, it's not H&M in Scandinavia, it's not the Americans, and it's definitely not the Brits, okay, it's the Spaniards. Okay, their inventory turnover for all their fashion products at Zara, I'm not talking about the other brands, is 4 weeks. That's how quick they get their stock out of the door. Okay, which, believe me, is very fast. However, if I were to talk to you about Airbus, okay, now we can imagine, guys, you're engineers, so you can put things into perspective. Making planes is not the same as making t-shirts and jeans. Okay, so the inventory turnover is also based on the industry. Okay, so let's say that I compare Airbus with Boeing. All right, and I see that Airbus, well, to get an A, whatever it is, out of the door, A300 or A3, whatever they're making, okay, I'm not going to go into detail. You can imagine the size of a plane, and we compare it with an equivalent Boeing 747 or whatever we happen to do, okay? But if Airbus is 18 months to build a plane from scratch, okay, so in other words, more 2 years, and Boeing is 2.5 years on inventory turnover, well, what conclusion can I draw? It's very easy, that if I take an equivalent product, so in this case, a plane of equivalent capacity, equivalent technical nature, well, all I can say is that Airbus is faster at making an equivalent plane or aircraft than Boeing. That's what it means. Okay, but it is important, obviously, but you know, we can't imagine at the moment, at least anyway, maybe we can do it with you know, all these high-speed printers and things that we come out in the future, but I very much doubt it. I'm not a geek, I'm not an engineer, but maybe things in the future will go much quicker. And those are the important elements to be able to, you know, gather from the calculations, okay, from the ratios. So in other words, this is a times. So if the inventory turnover is 2.6 times, that means inventory was turned over 2.6 times during a year, a quarter, or whatever it is. This equates to inventory being turned over every 140 days. So you see, that's why it's important to be able to measure the number of days. If I'm continually making products and you can buy from me on Amazon or on eBay or on Alibaba or wherever I am in the world, okay, and I take those 365 days, now divide by that 2.6, that means that the turnover is actually being changed or evolves every 140 days. Okay. So the inventory figure could be $190 million. So calculate the beginning inventory 180. Okay, ending inventory 200. So the difference between the two. So I'm able to calculate my opening stock, my closing stock, and all sorts of things about the value. And that's sometimes where companies cheat, because they forget to include some stock, and they said, oh yeah, shit, I've got a warehouse full of product down the road, yeah, but we forgot to include it in there. So, you know, again, important to take into consideration. I have a golden rule in business, is get paid at 30 days and pay everybody at 60 days, okay, which is a bit fantasy land and unreal, because when we know the business reality, some people I can negotiate with and some people I can't. You know, if you're always on time paying your taxes, maybe Mr. Taxman will be kind to you because he sees how many jobs you create, blah, 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 etc., etc. Obviously, if you don't pay your utilities bills, they give you an extra cost or they come and switch you off, which is never pleasant because you've got to pay more to get it back on again. And with some people, like, you know, suppliers, I can negotiate, okay? So, but yeah, it's trying to get the balance between the receivables turnover and the payables turnover. And we can understand that it's been difficult times for a lot of companies and a lot of businesses and a lot of customers, okay? So we're going to be, you know, we're not going to start sending people to court and send them nasty emails and letters, because we've got to be a little bit humane in these difficult times. But again, everybody out there has to realize that my business needs to survive. So if you don't pay me, I can't pay my employees, so people will stop working. I'll get fines. I can't pay my taxes. I can't pay my bills, so I'm going to have to close down, okay? Unless, of course, I come from a rich family, or I've got a huge number of investors behind me who have full confidence in me and will lend me 100,000 euros every day. That could be. So I'm just going to, you know, trying to measure out for you the business reality with everything else, okay? So if I get paid at 30 days, I'm trying to negotiate to pay everybody, like suppliers, transport companies, You know, all my nice guys in China making products for me and whatever and wherever else in the world. And I'm trying to try and squeeze them, because some of those things are negotiable. And I'm going to try and promise that, next month I'm going to order 2 containers from you instead of 1. And so the guy might be, a little bit appeased. But everybody's getting smarter now, and everybody needs to make money, and everybody's suffered. So it's getting very, very complex in the middle. All right. I'm gonna leave you to read all the other elements by themselves. And then you've got the asset turnover, which I mentioned earlier, which is, how effective am I being in using the machines? You can imagine that if I've got a car factory and I'm called BMW or Toyota, okay, and I invest in a complete new, interconnected CNC, whatever it happens to be, system of whatever, robots making the cars and things, I'm gonna be wanting that system and that technology and those machines to be as operational as quickly as possible. So that's what it means. Using what I've got in my business as effectively as possible to make what I do. That's what it means. Okay. And it's quite simple. It can also be measured from a service perspective. So if I'm using buildings, if I'm a hotel chain, if I've got training rooms, okay, am I using those to maximum capacity? Obviously at the moment, no. I'm in big shit because nobody's going anywhere. Everybody's staying at home. Okay. So then we break it down between industries which are capital intensive, okay, like the car industry. Okay. So I need to invest to get the best product off the market. And then other industries like hotels, service sector, okay, which don't have that asset turnover, which is so quick. That doesn't mean they're bad though. Okay. And after that, I've given you some examples here. Okay, guys, all these calculations are just taken with purely fictitious figures, but it just gives you the elements that you need to find and look at, okay, from the financial reports. All right. So it's very simple. Well, I'm saying it's very simple because that's what I do, but you might have to bring yourself up to speed with the financial report. If the figures are not there, so let's say I take Apple's annual report for 2019. Let's say I take Amazon's. Let's say I take Sanofi Aventis. Let's say I take BNP Paribas Bank. Let's say I take Lafarge and Pernod Ricard, and some of the big guys and LVMH from the CAC 40. And I don't find that information. Well, if you can't find that information, there are some ways sometimes we can calculate it, but it's a bit long-winded. Okay, and if I can't find it, well, that means I cannot calculate that ratio. It's as simple as that. So there's no point in sending me an email and saying, yeah, but Mr. Pitchford, you said we could do those ratios, but we can't find the. So if you can't find it, and if I have a look, maybe, yeah, I can find something which has been done on financial analysis on a different website, and they've taken it and it's already been calculated, something like that. Okay, maybe you can dig it out, but please, guys, if you can't find it and you want to really calculate that, tell me, mention it in your document that you're going to send me, and say that you took it from such and such a website that already found it and calculated, but you couldn't find it. Okay, and at least I've got the source, and then at least I can check whether it's real or not, or whether it's completely fictitious. Okay. So cost of goods sold is something which is, sometimes not mentioned, but if they give you the income or the turnover or the sales, which is net, so never with any VAT, and then they give you the gross profit, well, it's very simple, guys. The difference between the net sales or the turnover and the gross profit is the cost of goods sold. So you can calculate that automatically by yourself. And then you take average inventory, calculate average inventory, opening plus closing divided by 2. Simple. Okay. So, and that will give you, the number of times, but then you could get a fantastic figure. You could get a very low figure. So you've got to put that into perspective of the industry you're looking at. Okay. And the same thing as we just mentioned. So you can see here, I've got net revenue, average receivables. So again, we can take opening and closing, divide by 2. The purchases sometimes is a difficult one. So I've put a little star at the bottom for you. C'est les achats, le montant des achats, because they don't know, they don't want people to find out, whether they're buying at a competitive rate, cheaper than from somebody else, etc., etc. So it becomes very, very competitive when we talk about purchases. All right. The average purchases, again, opening, closing, divide by 2. Net revenues, average total assets. So you're adding together, you divide by 12 months. Those are the things that you can, standard practice for you guys. And then you've got liquidity ratios. So these are real ratios, okay? So in finance, something lower than 1 will always be considered to be good. So a little bit over 1. But sometimes if I'm getting extreme figures where I should be closer to 1, then obviously you've made an error in the calculation. We could blame it on Excel, or then we've got some dodgy figures to start with. All right. So those are the liquidity ratios, and the answers are usually something to 1: current ratio, quick ratio, and the cash ratio. Okay, so all of those could be calculated on a listed company on the stock market, but sometimes very difficult for private companies because we don't have marketable securities. Okay, but we can take things like stock and whatever. Solvency, obviously this would be an answer in a percentage. So whatever answer we get, we need to multiply by 100, and then we need to explain, well, is 42%, is that excellent, is that good? So I compare it with the previous year, I compare it with a competitor. Okay. Debt to capital ratio, debt to equity ratio. So it depends, if we're talking about shareholders, okay. Otherwise we come, we can come basically to the same thing. So total debt there, and there we divide by the shareholders' equity. There we're looking at the debt to capital ratio. So I take total debt plus the shareholders' equity. Okay. The interest cover. Am I able to pay back the interest on a loan? Okay. And then the profitability, okay, so answers usually in percentages apart from the last 2. So the gross profit margin, the operating profit margin. Now that is really interesting when you're looking to buy a company, guys, because as I say, any idiot can make gross profit. What do? I sell, for example, I sell pizzas and I deduct the ingredients, okay, and all the things that I need to make the pizzas, okay, and then I'm left with a gross profit. The problem comes afterwards is, am I employing too many people? Am I paying too much money for my rent? Have I got too high costs? Those are the things which impact my gross profit, which leaves me with less operating profit. So the higher the operating profit, usually the more efficient a business is. Because in selling the pizzas, I'm only one guy. I don't need any staff. I've got the crappiest little shop on the street in the center of Lille or Douai or wherever, Villeneuve d'Ascq or wherever I am to be. But my pizzas are very good, so people come and get my pizzas from me, okay? I don't need to deliver them. And if you've got operations like that, of course, then you will have a higher operating margin, and therefore somebody like that will be able to ask for a higher price for his business, okay? Net profit margin, again, working our way down. How much is left at the end? Okay. Return on assets. Okay. If I invest in new machines and new things, what am I going to get from it? Okay. Is the money going to be turning round? Return on equity. If I put more, if I ask shareholders for all money, or if I ask the family to put extra capital in my business, what are they going to get back from it? How long are they going to have to wait for it? And you can see there, return on assets, 5.6%. Well, I don't know. Is that good or is that bad? So I need to compare it from one year to the next. I need to compare it with the competition. Okay. And maybe I'm the only company in France to do that. So I need to compare it maybe with companies in Morocco or Algeria or other parts of Africa, or maybe I need to compare with China. And of course, I'm going to get different figures because cost bases are going to be different. All right. So don't be surprised. But the important thing is that you've understood the logic and understood, well, how can we draw a conclusion? What sort of thing can we say about that? One industry has just started, he's a disruptor, and the other industries, third generation, been there for more than 100 years. Okay. You'll remember up above, guys, I said purchase is one of the tough things to calculate. So how do we do it? We take the cost of goods sold. Okay. We add on the ending inventory for the end of the year, and we deduct the beginning inventory, okay? And that's how we find the amount of purchases, okay? So if you're able to find that cost of goods sold, the difference between gross profit and turnover or sales, then of course you're on to a winner. Okay. And then we move on to talk again about debt, earnings. And then I've also given you a little bit more information about different types of ratios, liquidity, current ratio. You've got some explanations. What does the quick ratio mean? Okay. So the importance about the quick ratio in relation to the others is that, as you can see here, it excludes the stock. Okay. Now, for some businesses, the stock is very, very important. And for other businesses, I'm working just in time. All right. How much on a production chain of Toyota, how much is half an Avensis or whatever is made there, or Prius, how much is that worth? You know, I can't actually sell it without any window seats or engines or wheels or whatever. So, you know, again, we need to be realistic of those things. However, if I'm called Auchan, and I've got loads of, you know, fresh products and nobody's buying them and nobody's taking up my offers and they're all doing drive-in and they don't want certain types of products, what can I, you know, how am I going to get over that one? If my warehouses, excuse me, are full of clothes from last year's season, out of fashion, nobody wants tight jeans, we all want flares, nobody wants that type of t-shirt. So, you know, I'm going to have to sell that stock at a huge discount to get rid of it. And there are chains and there are people selling online, and I'm sure that, you know, we can bring everybody together, but how much money am I going to lose to be able to get rid of that? But on the other hand, how much money is that consuming by keeping it in stock, because I've got to pay warehousing and insurance and all the rest of it. Okay, so cash ratio, very, very important. Again, you need to look through those, have a read through. Solvency, debt to ratio, debt to capital, debt to equity, interest cover, profitability, gross margin. So I've given you a little bit more text to explain in what I've gone over today with you, okay, this afternoon. And also the importance of operating profits, net profit margin, and then those two fantastic ones, return on assets and return on equity. Okay. So I'm now going to go to the other documents, which I'm going to share with you again. So we're going to open it up and where is it? Principles of finance. Okay. There we go. Okay, so you can see now, you should be able to see that I've changed to another PDF, which I've already already posted for you. Okay, and what I've tried to do in these two documents, you'll see the first one was 26 pages. I could have given you a book of about 466 pages to read, but I don't think you want to focus on that and you won't have the time. So I've tried to really emphasize the key elements. And in this other document, I've given you here 27 key ratios. Okay. And when we look at the assignments together, I'm going to ask you to calculate as many ratios as possible. So if you manage to get to those 27 key ratios, or very close, somewhere between 20, 25, which would be fantastic, then obviously your grade will reflect that you've gone that extra length, that you maybe chose companies that you were able to get a lot of information from, okay, that provided a lot of detail, and which was easily laid out and easily consumable and all the rest, okay? So here, again, I've outlined a few different elements. So I've given you there the basic accounting equation. You also see that I didn't put this in Excel because I wanted to make it simple for everyone. So when I put a slash like that, it means divided by, obviously. Whatever we do, current assets plus fixed assets, sorry, plus current assets is equal to long-term liabilities, current liabilities, and capital. In other words, okay, we say that assets are always equal on a balance sheet to liabilities, but please don't forget, please don't forget that liabilities is also plus capital or plus equity. That's why the assets is equal to both of them. And sometimes people say, yeah, but Mr. Pitchford, if we divide total assets by total liabilities, that comes to 0. No, it's because I've got to take away the capital part or the equity part. And then, of course, we won't get 0 or 1 or 100 or whatever it is. All right. So here in this document, I've just outlined for you the different ratios that we can use. So again, we call them solvency or liquidity. So you've got 4 there. Internal measure, again, is not really, let's say, a ratio. It's the current assets divided by the average daily operating costs. And how do we calculate those things? Well, it's very simple. I just want to move this out of the way. There we are. Get down there. So how can I calculate all these things? Well, it's simple. If I've been able to make the difference of the COGS, so COGS always stands for cost of goods sold, okay, plus the overheads or the expenses, okay, general expenses, les frais généraux, divided by the number of operating or business days. So that could be 365 if you take the whole year, okay, and that could be 240 if you take my example. All right, and the internal measure, that's why I've put a little star there for you, it's the calculation to determine the length of time in the number of days in which a company can continue to operate if it were to receive no additional cash flow or debt. So as a family, as an entrepreneur, I could not sell any more houses, boats, cars. I don't have any more money to put in the business. The bank won't give me anything. So in other words, it tells me very clearly how many days I can survive before somebody not nasty comes along and starts switching off the things and closing me down. Okay. But I'm also going to explain to you afterwards also something which is a little bit more technical. Okay. There's also there 6 long-term solvency or financial leverage ratios. So you can see it matches what I've given you in the first document. Okay. These are without figures, without calculations, but you've got the formula each time. Okay. I've also given you the star for EBIT at the end. All right. And I've told you that everything above 1 is considered as fantastic. 6 asset use or turnover ratios in times and in days. So again, we round up to be able to calculate in what gives us the closest possible calculation, the closest possible to reality as possible. Okay. You'll also remember we saw earlier the working capital cycle. So in other words, the rate of inventory in days plus the debtor collection in days minus the creditor, so the guys are going to pay me in days, okay, and that gives me in days rounded up to the next day, okay, and that tells me how many days I can survive without extra cash. Okay, so lots of different ways of looking and being able to calculate all of these things. Asset turnover we already mentioned, okay, so we can break those down, and then we have the profitability ratios, okay, all as a percentage here. So we have that return on capital employed we did earlier. So I give you some definitions about the profit figure, the total assets, but also the profit margin, okay, which is important to be able to calculate. ROA, ROE, we've already seen. The gross profits, okay, in relation to the gross margin. This bit I've crossed out. This was supposed to be a line through this. Okay, so I just want you to focus on shareholders' equities, total assets minus total liabilities, which is what I just explained. The markup that sometimes we forget. So in other words, the percentage that we need to add on to our products and services. Okay, and that tells us whether we're in line. Don't be surprised, but you could get some wacky figures. For example, you know, some products, some luxury products are as much as 2,000, 3,000%, which is, you know, overwhelming, particularly in today's situation, but that's how it is, and that's what some people are prepared to pay for. And then we end up with the net margin, okay? And just to give you a very shortened and abbreviated, okay, and a very simplistic example of everything that we would find. So you can see that we always start with the net sales, the income, the revenue, and from a British English perspective, the turnover, okay? And I've got 1.8 million here. All these figures are in euros, okay? Then I've got the COGS, the cost of goods sold. When I deduct that, that's why it's between brackets, okay? 1.45 million, right? When I deduct that, that gives me the gross profit, 300. So I can see I'm still in positive. Some businesses are already negative there. So that means they have to react very, very quickly with regard to their business model. Otherwise, you know, things could become extremely complicated for them. And then minus what we call the SG&A, sales, general and administrative expenses, all the overheads, les frais généraux. And that's sometimes what kills a business. Here, we're still okay, 160,000, again, between brackets. So don't forget, from a finance perspective, guys, things between brackets are either deductions or a negative figure, all right? If it's too complicated for you in Excel and you want to show me your Excel and you've done all your figures and all your calculations in Excel, then just use a negative or then change the parameters if it's going to be, you know, bother you for whatever reason. So when I deduct all of those, I get my operating profit. So I'm still making a profit, an operating profit, 190,000. Then I may have to deduct any other expenses or add on any income. So here we can see it's between brackets, so it's an expense. And then that gives me the EBIT. If I don't have this line, guys, then this figure, this operating figure, automatically becomes EBIT. All right, simple as that. It's only if I have these cases do I make a distinction. Otherwise, this figure, this operating profit, is the same as EBIT. It depends what comes afterwards. So then I get what we call profit before interest and tax, or EBIT, 125,000. So I'm still positive territory. Then I deduct interest, and you can see I've got both here. So I need to pay a 15,000 interest and 44,000 in tax. Add those together, I deduct them, and I'm still left with a net profit of 66,000. Okay. If it's negative, it would have been between brackets, and it would be a net loss. Okay. So again, it depends very much on what my situation is. And then that money is either reinvested in the business, buy a new machine, research and development, or whatever project we've got ongoing, or I can use it to pay out dividends. I can pay myself dividends. I can pay the family dividends, depending on the structure of my business. Okay. So again, very many uses. And then what's left is called the free cash flow. That's the money that I can play around with, basically. Okay. So I've given you again some definitions. If you didn't fully understand what's included in there, the COGS, cost of goods sold, the overheads. And then we move on to a little bit, more technical analysis. So investment ratios. So you've got gearing, which is fixed cost of capital. Okay. And there you can see what's included in there, long-term loans plus preferred shares. Obviously, it's quite simple, guys. For a private company, I don't have any preferred shares because they're not listed on the stock market. So this type of thing can only be done on listed companies. Earnings per share, price per earnings ratio, dividend yields. Okay. And then you remember that I also went over and explained to you depreciation, amortization. So I've also pointed it out there for you, how we would calculate straight line depreciation. What is the meaning of net book value? Okay, and again, what is behind trend analysis? And I've also left in there for you some, all of this is legal. I'm not going to tell you how to, what we call in English, cook the books and, try not to pay any taxes and whatever. Companies are guilty of these things, but most of them are legal. So in other words, it's just the way we do it. And it's just if we do it systematically every year. Okay. So the last part, so the last, let's say, 3 pages is about all the things which a company can do to overstate, understate things, okay, as long as I catch up next year, particularly with revenue, so I don't pay so much tax this year, I bring it forward, or I push it back and say to my customers, please, Mr. Customer, don't pay me next year, because otherwise I'm going to have too much tax, okay? So some of those things you'll see in the company, some of them will be practicing it and others won't. Okay, so that's the second document that I wanted to share with you with regard to ratios and a little bit on financial analysis. Okay, so I also want to share with you another document, if I can find it. Which is called, well, I've got several things on Altman Z-score, but I also had a CFA, but I can't see it there for whatever reason. It seems to have disappeared, but don't worry, I'll pick it up later. So Altman Z-score, or Z-score as the Americans like to call. Okay, so it's just a little bit of background of how I use it. It's still a valid methodology. It's been around for 40 years, guys. It's not new, all right? We haven't reinvented the wheel or done anything else. But for me, when I'm analyzing a private company, so I don't have all this stock market analysis and all the analysis you would get if you were, you know, dealing with a multinational company. So this enables me to look and apply a weighting. Okay, so this is the weighting here, and you can see I've left you the documents. I take X1, which is working capital divided by total assets, and I've left you the definition there. So what does it give you? And then I've given you the weighting. So the result is just multiplied by 0.717 afterwards. So in other words, in what we call the Altman Z-score, those 5 are what are used, and I'm going to show you an example afterwards in Excel. Those 5 are what are used to be able to analyze a private company. That's what I use, okay? So working capital, total assets, retained earnings, in other words, money I reinvest in the company, total assets, EBIT, total assets, so a lot with assets, book value of equity, okay? So in a listed company, I would take the market value of equity. So the book value of equity is subtracting the total liabilities from total assets, and it's also a nice figure which enables me to calculate the price of a business, because it gives me what is called the net worth, la valeur nette d'une entreprise. Okay, so this is the difference between the two, what the company owns and what the company owes, for example, debt. Okay, however, you can imagine that if I were to do that on a startup, okay, that doesn't own anything, obviously I'm going to have some issues. All right, and that's divided by total liabilities. And then I've got sales divided by total assets. Okay, so once you've got total assets for one, you can see that 4 different calculations are coming in there, and 1 is used with total liabilities. Okay, so there is the codification, what we call a description of the variables for private companies. Okay, and then when you apply those variables, okay, you get a scoring of, well, you get 3 types of score. Okay, so if I get something which is lower than 1.23, then that company is already in a difficult financial situation. That's what it means. Okay, if I get a score of somewhere between 1.23 and 299, in other words 3, then I'm in a gray zone. So in other words, I'm not forecasting really bankruptcy, but the company could have some really serious financial difficulties within the next 2 years. And very simply, if I get a score over 3, okay, then for the moment, there's no need to worry. Everything's peace and love. Okay. So I'm going to put that document down, and I'm also going to share with you the Excel on the Altman Z-score. So you can see here, very simple and straightforward, guys. You can look at the Invest Excel as well, Net. You can click on there. I've left you the link. All right. So this is just, they call it parameters. I call them variables. All right. So from the income statements, very simple. I took the net sales. Okay. There's no question of currency. They're just fictitious figures, just to give you an example. And I've taken the operating income, okay, or the EBIT, or the operating profit. And from the balance sheet, I've taken the current assets, current liabilities, total liabilities, and retained earnings. Okay. And if I'm working with a public company, then the market value of the equity, okay, so it's the market cap, in other words, the number of shares multiplied by the share price. Okay. And for private companies, I took the book value of equity. All right. And you can see here, there you've got the same 5, okay, apart from, all right, in this particular element, it's the market value for public companies, book value for private companies. The elements stay the same. The factor will change, obviously, so you can see that I'm missing one out there. Public manufacturing, private manufacturing, and general use. So general use, guys, is everything else. Software companies. All right, so everything, hotel chains, airline companies, nothing that's making anything. All right, And then you can see by applying the variables, okay, they go a little bit further here. So financially sound if greater than 3 for all along, 2.6 for the rest. Caution required on these ones. Likely to go bankrupt within 2 years if I get gradings of this. So we're almost up to 3. Likelihood of bankruptcy is high if below these. Okay, so you can see my 1.23 for private companies. Average for non-bankrupt companies, those, and average for bank companies is those. Okay, so those are the statistics that you can bear with. And I just wanted to also show you another, is it? Okay, so it's open now, so I should be able to go in and show you. If anybody's interested in the future, the CFA is the abbreviation for Chartered Financial Analysts. Okay, and a number of guys who do start off a career in engineering and then decide they want to do something more in finance or set up their own fund, buy their company, and then, you know, it enables you to go a step further in financial analysis techniques, okay? And students who go for this qualification, okay, some of the top schools provide this, for example, EDEC, that I'm sure you know in the Les Hauts-de-France region, does this, or a couple of other schools. So they push their students to go for CFA, which you can do as a student. However, there's a cost involved, guys. And therefore, my advice with you is to, you know, get some company at some stage to pay for the certification, because some of them do push it. And then, of course, you can get somebody to pay for you. And sometimes, I'm not saying every time, but sometimes it works out, depending on what career choices you want to make, it works out better to get a CFA than an MBA. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to shut up after that. All right. And I've just left you here, guys. It's just 74 pages, so I've condensed it as much as I can. All right. So it gives you a little bit of an overview of financial analysis, what it's all about. Financial, and so it gives you some diagrams. Again, I think it's important that you read to that, because it gives you a little bit of insight in, and you can see that the companies analyzed were a long time ago. Okay, so you're not going to get anything up to date. What hasn't changed, however, is the methodology and all the techniques and the things that we use in order to analyze a company. All right. So again, I think it backs up, it supports, and you can see there you've got some calculations with some well-known companies, Acer, Lenovo, Toshiba. So it puts it in a little bit of context for you. So I would also suggest that you have a read through that in order to put you in the context of financial analysis. Okay. So those are the documents that I wanted to share with you on that. So I'm going to go back now to my my PowerPoint. Okay. So you can see here we stopped there and we went through some of those items together, and I gave you, as you know, short and sweet, based on financial analysis. So what I've done this time, before, because the time period was much longer, I asked everybody to do 2 assignments. Here, I'm just going to ask you to do 1 assignment, but to give you a choice. Okay. So one of the first choices is to take what I've just found, or what I've just been over with you. So it says choose and download 2 competing companies and their annual reports from 2019. Okay, so I don't want you to bother for 2020 because the year isn't finished yet. So even if they say, oh, this is half yearly and semester figures, I want you to focus on 2019. So you should be able to find all the reports from last year. Okay, so you can take companies in industry sectors that you know well. Okay, so based on obviously the specializations that you're doing, guys, maybe some of you want to focus more on telecoms, others more on IT, others more on, you know, very typical engineering groups and topics and building planes and cars and little bits of plastic and bits of metal and all the rest of it. So I'm going to leave the choices up to you. Obviously, it would be nice that you send me in an email the companies you're going to do, because I would prefer that you don't choose the same companies. Okay. You don't have to present this, it's all written, okay, but obviously it's to avoid being copying and sharing information between each other, because you're a pretty large group, and that's what I want to try and avoid. In those activity sectors, okay, you're also quite welcome, guys. If you're fed up of doing IT companies and telecom companies, maybe you want to do something else. Maybe you want to look at 2 NGOs or foundations or charities. As long as you can find the financial information for some of the big companies, it's there. So, you know, World Wildlife Fund and Greenpeace and all the others, they're all there. Or if you want to do something completely different, okay, and you say, oh, I'm going to do Pernod Ricard and compare it with another drinks company. All right. Or I'm going to take, I'm fed up of doing technical things. I want to do clothes and fashion or luxury or, you know, whatever. As long as you let me know, you can take it from the CAC 40 or you can take from any other stock market in the world. The interesting thing for me is that you've worked on English documents written in English language, and that you're able to find a document, an annual report with enough information to be able to calculate as many ratios as possible. Okay, so what you've got to do is to make an overview of organization 1, so the first company. So let's say that could be I don't know, Pernod Ricard or something like that, and its environment. So we focus on key financials, okay, and I'm going to show you an example of what I mean afterwards, in 2019. Second part is to calculate as many ratios as possible based on the information for organization 1. Explain the ratios and comment on your findings. Compare and comment on the ratios 2019 with 2018. So we're just going back 1 year. There's no need to go back further, okay, just 2 years. And what conclusions could be drawn about your first company, so your Pernod Ricard, in 2019. Okay. Sorry. When you take your second company, so you make the same overall presentation for organization 2. So let's imagine that you can compare Pernod Ricard, for example, with you know, some other French drinks group. Be careful, be very careful, because a lot of, you know, Moet Hennessy, a lot of champagne, a lot of wine, a lot of cognac has been, you know, integrated into larger groups like Louis Vuitton and Kering and all the rest of it. So be careful that if you do choose what you think is a different brand, okay, it doesn't belong to some other group, and then you don't get the figures. You get the figures for the whole activity, which is not interesting. Okay. So compare both companies with as many financial ratios as possible over the same time period, 2019. Okay. Comment on your findings. And then what can you say about both organizations' financial performance? What are the similarities and differences? And what are the difficulties in comparing your 2 companies? Okay, so in other words, what was easy to find, what was difficult to find, what was easy to calculate, what was difficult because we didn't have access, etc., etc. Okay, which company has the best sort of communication and everything's clear and transparent, and which companies more trying to hide things than make them public. Okay. So assignment 1, you need to send me by email for next Monday, 23rd of November at midnight. So ratios can be done in Excel with other comments in Word and then converted to PDF, or you can send me a Word document, or you can include your Excel into the PDF and just send me 1 document. Okay. Some people like to do it separately. Okay. For whatever reason. We're talking about a maximum of 10 pages, guys, so don't go over that. All right. So I'm trying to, you know, make it as short and sweet as possible for you. And please remember that the comments on your ratios are more important than the ratio calculations themselves. Okay, so I'm looking not only for the right answer, okay, if there is a right answer, there probably is, but what did you get from that? What did you learn from that? Is Pernod Ricard as good as they say? It is as efficient as they say? Is it better than other drinks groups? Is it worse? Okay, how are we going to justify that? All right. And I've also given you some websites where you may be able to pick up some information like FT, which is Financial Times, Bloomberg, Forbes, MarketWatch, which does a lot of financial analysis on listed companies, and Reuters. Okay, so that is one of the possibilities for the assignment. Okay, so again, you've got to choose yourself. You need to let me know which one you're doing. And I'm going to talk about, before the end, I'm going to talk about groups and managers and on all the exchanges that you can have with me. All right. The second possibility is to look at everything involving CSR. Okay. Now, I know that some of you may have chosen options more to do with, for example, sustainability, to do with engineering projects within industry and so on and so forth. You will have probably realized that corporate social responsibility and sustainability has, become an extremely hot topic. Okay, it's not something new. It's been around for years. For some companies, it's taken them some time to understand what it's all about and how to integrate it. And even to be able to measure it, it's taken, the official reporting bodies like based in the Netherlands, the GIIN, for example, the Global International Reporting Initiative. All of those organizations have taken time to build up benchmarks and to find, let's say, parameters, variables, indicators to be able to measure and say, well, yeah, one company is actually doing better than another. One company is polluting less than another. One company is wasting less than another. So this is a second approach. Okay, now I've worked for a very long time already on all these aspects about sustainability, traceability in the furniture industry, because the industry is polluting. Okay, so not only have I got, chopping down trees to get wood to make furniture, but I've also got chemicals involved and various elements, and I've got polystyrene and plastic, and what do I do with the packing, transporting of heavy products, because furniture is a heavy product, it's not a mobile phone. So research has already been ongoing for a number of years about what we can do with regard to, integrating all of those aspects into product design, what we call from cradle to grave. So, and I'm sure many industries are also, have made the same assessments and are integrating that into a lot of different areas. So again, you may just want to focus on these CSR parts, okay? And how do we measure a particular company, whether it's a French company or an international company? Okay, so I've always also given you, because you may be familiar with all of these topics and the terminology, but I thought I would also integrate some elements into my PowerPoint slide, and I've also provided some things, some documents for you which may help you. The calculations are basically the same. It's just being able to find the information. What do we measure and how do we measure and what does it mean? Okay, so there I've given you, again, some particular definitions of what it's all about. The goal is twofold. So first of all is to enable companies to measure the impact of their activities on the environment, society, and the economy. Now, from a financial perspective, it's what we call the triple bottom line. Okay, basically, when we talk about finance in a company and when we analyze a company, we always talked about bottom line. Bottom line is making profit. Okay, and from a financial perspective, we think that any idiot can make turnover, whether it's selling pizzas, clothes, renting cars, or whatever. Okay. And then not every idiot out there can make profit from that. Okay. And then some of them make wise choices about what they do with the money, whether they buy themselves a new BMW every year or whether they put money back into their business to grow and expand. Okay, so that was already at an initial level. And then today we're looking at businesses, and I think it can be true of large companies, listed companies, but also family businesses, entrepreneur style businesses, startups. Okay, everything is integrated today in the business model. Okay, so we're not doing so, oh yeah, I better think about sustainability. No, it's already there, it's integrated. And it's the older companies, the more mature companies, the guys who've been around for 50 more years plus, okay, those are the ones who've had difficulty adapting. Those are the ones who've been overtaken by the disruptors. Those are the ones who've not been able to change and tweak their business model to take all of these things into consideration. Okay, so the goal is obviously to produce something there, all right, and to think about how do we deal with our stakeholders, how do we communicate with stakeholders, what information do they need. Today, investors are looking for companies that do good, that don't pollute, that don't sell difficult products that pollute and kill people and all the rest of it, all right? Everybody's looking to put their money in safe havens, safe companies that don't damage the world, that don't damage the environment, like polluting and oil companies and extraction companies. Okay, we still need them, all right? But the more they can do, the better it is. And then we think about, you know, drinks companies and tobacco companies, you know, and how much do I really want to invest in that? So it's not only doing good for the, you know, the environment and sustainability and local communities and users and customers, but it's also to convince investors that if we are a polluting company, if we have damage, that we're trying to repair that we're trying to do some good, that not everything is bad and negative. Okay, and that's become something. Yeah.
There are debates on the chat about whether or not it's possible to put forward to change the date of the assignment.
Yes.
I don't know if you.
Well,
seen it.
I'm just trying to give myself time because I've been told that I need to provide the results by the 4th of December. Okay, so I need to give myself time that I can look through all of those. I mean, if you want, we can put it back until, for example, the 27th of November. Does that help you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes,
Yes. Is that a collective we?
completely.
Oh, okay. I've saved you then. I've saved. I got rid of extra stress.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you got a lot of stuff to do, guys? Not only for me, I presume.
Yes, we do. That's why.
Okay, but you are intelligent, right?
Yes.
Some of us, yes.
Okay. You're doubting on your own skills there, guys. Never doubt. Always come out and say, yes, of course, sir.
Yes, of course, sir.
I can feel the emotion in there.
Yes, of course, sir.
That's much better. Great.
Yes,
Okay.
we are.
Okay. Well, look, I will. We will agree, and if I need to post something, let me know. So we'll put that for the 27th of November at midnight. Okay. Is that okay?
Great.
There we are. We've solved that one. Okay. I could see the chats were going wildly below there, but I didn't want to open it up while I was still talking to you. Okay. I thought it was about some, some wild party you're going to organize internally, that you couldn't do or something like that. But anyway, no. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, moving on, guys. So variables to measure the performance of social responsibility. Okay. So, most researchers would agree that there are 10 variables, but you can see that I'm one of these guys that likes to question everything, unfortunately. So sometimes people see me as a little bit of a shithead because I don't take everything automatically at face value, and that irritates some people. Yeah, but Carl, everybody agrees. Why would you go out? Now, yeah, but I said that doesn't give me any purpose. Okay, if you're already number one at paying your salaries and you pay the highest rates, okay, and everybody comes to you because you've got the best job, because you're working for PSA Group or something like that, or Airbus, and there's nobody around for kilometers, so that you would all go and work in Toulouse, why the hell take that as a measurement of corporate social responsibility? Because there's there's nothing different, and I haven't got any comparison because there's no other manufacturers around in France. So it becomes, you know, what's the point in doing it? So I would look for something else, you know, and then I would look for at a website like Glassdoor, you know, and I would say to you guys, you know, and I would say, well, you know, if I get paid, you know, 4,000, 5,000, 700,000 euros a month, that's fantastic. But if the working environment is shit, what is the point? Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to think, you know, does the fact that you get paid a lot of money, you know, make your company a CSR company, you know, taking into consideration, blah, blah, blah. But if they all treat you like shit, what's the point? Okay. And that's what I want you to go a little bit deeper and look at. So you're going to have to look at a website called glassdoor.com. All right. Or you're going to have to look at company blogs to see what people really feel about what they do and how they're, you know, how they're rewarded for what they do, you know. And sometimes, as I say, putting somebody on the back and saying a nice thank you is much more than, you know, giving them 700, 900 euros more in their pocket. It's always a welcome, something welcome. But if I've still got to pay taxes on the end, how much is left for me? Okay. So the things where I'm questioning is the things that other people don't like, but I would like you to take that into consideration if you can. And it's not about just, you know, getting paid a huge whack of money, okay? But I would say that it's more about a more equal distribution of wealth. So if I'm paying everybody, you know, 5,000 euros a month and you all get a new BMW, but I'm screwing my suppliers to death and they're living like in poverty, then what's the whole point? You know, it doesn't work out. It doesn't add up for me, okay? So that's what I would like you, if you choose this assignment on the CSR side, to go and look for real indicators, you know, real variables, okay, that it doesn't look as nice as they say, that there are problems, but that you're going to try and dig them out somewhere, okay? And as I said, you are all extremely intelligent and you've all been through pretty much a French schooling system, I'm no doubt, or in other countries, and you've all got that esprit critique, esprit d'analyse, and most of you are Cartesian. So if I put all of those things together, you know, the collective intelligence that I've got in front of me is huge, guys, huge, okay? Il n'y a personne qui veut commenter là-dessus, je le sens, mais bon, il n'y a pas de chats, là-dessus. Anyway, generation or declining in employment. Am I in an industry that's creating jobs or destroying them? Am I in an area which is quite easily overtakeable by private equity and sold on? Okay, is it in one of those industries that's moving a lot? You know, we can look at pharmaceuticals. Car industry is a bit difficult because otherwise it would create a too big monopoly, particularly in France. But pharmaceuticals, biotech, some of those IT companies, geeks in Paris, you know, when you look at fintech and things like that. So all of those areas, okay, which could be open to, you know, if I take them over, well, do I still need them, you know, and are they going to go away and set up a competitive business? So I haven't got an alternative there, but, you know, I'm leaving it open if you want to, you know, come forward with different solutions, okay? And then preservation of the environment. Well, yeah, I'm not going to say, yeah, I want to do the opposite. I want to kill everybody and destroy everybody and all the rest of it. So, you know, how are we rating ourselves? How is the company rated? You know, is it a number from 1 to 5? You know, and how much have we negotiated like you've just done, pushing it back from the 23rd to the 27th, and how much of it is blah, blah? And can I really get those figures? You're the engineers, guys. You tell me, can I really see whether a company's, you know, made some headway on the pollution that it's coming in the air? I live on the Belgian coast, very near the French border, and I live near Dunkirk, okay, which is one of the most polluted areas in France. You've probably got other places like with all the chemical industry around Lyon, and I can understand that, you know. But if I tell, you know, Usinor or whoever it is to, you know, can you do something about the factory, guys, and can you clean up that pollution, and so we don't all get, you know, problems with lungs and diseases, and then we go on to catch COVID. I'm just adding everything together for you. I hope not, okay. And they're going to say, guys, well, yeah, but Carl, do you realize the cost, what it's going to cost us? And what about the loss of jobs if we do this and if we do that? So, you know, how much today, how much of the values and how much can I measure that, guys, in a polluting environment? And no doubt in France, we still have some heavy industry, like in Germany, and I'm all in favor of keeping manufacturing, but how much can we clean up and how many jobs will be destroyed? Is that still a valid argument? You know, I keep on hearing things going back to the trade unions of many, yeah, we'll stay as we are. We won't clean anything up. We'll just pollute everybody, but we'll keep the jobs. So again, I'm looking for you to provide some indicators or tell me, you know, well, yes, we can do it like that. And this company has really done something and we can see it, whether it's, you know, Total or, you know, whether you're going to give me Usinor or somebody else, you know, or the car industry or whatever. Okay. So moving on down, concern for occupational health. Yes. Okay. I presume we're no longer living in a period of Émile Zola. We're no longer in Les Mines du Pas-de-Calais. Okay. So, you know, things have moved on. All right. There are still accidents, unfortunately, and as long as people cut costs and don't take care of the workers, there will be accidents. But it's also one of the ways the accidents. You remember, you know, when we talk about Zara and all other companies and H&M and even the luxury guys, they're all guilty in the end, and they're all, you know, trying to produce things as quick as possible and screw everybody else to death. And yes, they do. We do have audits. Okay, but you know, how far do the audits go? And is every company, is every supplier audited every year? I know as an auditor that it's not possible. That means armies. That means that if I were to audit every supplier, well, they wouldn't be able to supply me because so much time would be taken up on the audits. So, you know, give me the truth, guys. All right. And I'm going to show you an example of what I mean with you know, Grupo Inditex afterwards. All right. Intensity of competition. Okay. All right. Yeah, we talk about new entrants on the market, barriers to entry, disruptors, a few competitors. Am I in a monopoly situation? Okay. If we want everybody to protect the environment, why aren't we all driving around in Teslas? Okay. Why aren't we all driving in electric cars already? Because we've been speaking about this for years, but I see that things still haven't changed. And I talk also about something which is very important to me in business. It's the intensity of cooperation. So in other words, what do I do to make life easier for my customers, users, and my suppliers, and the people who deliver for me? Okay, so in other words, how can I measure any CSR stakeholder initiatives and projects? How do I make life easier for them? People that are delivering heavy products by truck, for example, in the furniture industry, you know, how do I break it down so they don't have to lift boxes of more than 50 kilos? Okay, there are many ways that we can look and we can do it. And it's not only about the competition. Yes, there will be competition and we need to take that into consideration. But I also want you to look at what am I doing to help life for everybody to, you know, to still make money, still do business, still be on the market, but to do things in a better way for everybody. Okay. But without being in cloud cuckoo land. Okay. I know the business reality, and you know, we can't all walk around, unfortunately, yet in flowery shirts and flip-flops. That would be great, and work, you know, behind an Apple computer and never step foot in public transport or work. But we know that for the moment, that's not reality. Okay. Use of natural resources of the country and domestic inputs. Okay. But I would like that everywhere, please. It's not about just, you know, how do I exploit that and create jobs and get foreign currency to make my accounts look better. When you look at some of those businesses, guys, and when you look at what they do about extracting, you know, raw materials and various things, and what is made and what is bought from outside of France, for example, okay, and what I sell and the money that's made when I exchange rate, say my head office is in France, okay, and I'm selling my products in North Africa and all sorts of other exotic destinations, okay? And sometimes that money is transferred back, and it's transferred in foreign currency. So it could be in dirhams, it could be in, you know, Polish zloty, whatever you want. It doesn't have to be so far away. Well, when I convert that back and I bring it all back to Les Hauts-de-France or Paris or wherever, that's converted into euros, and you know, you can see quite clearly that, you know, by exploiting and by selling products, and it may be all, you know, very done nicely, but the company still makes a hell of a lot of money. Okay, and it's the difference between if they'd have sold the product, and it's the difference in the exchange rate, which can sometimes increase financial statements by millions of euros. And what bothers me, guys, is that, yes, okay, that's fantastic for my Gérard Mulliers and my Roquettes and all of the others, and wherever they've got plants and whatever they do. Okay, I'm talking in general. I'm not blaming, I'm not finger pointing. Okay, that's the way business has evolved. But at the same time, am I paying those people in North Africa a fair and decent wage? Am I paying those people in Poland? Yes, but you're going to say to me, yeah, Mr. Pitchford, but they want to work. That's the minimum wage over there, so that's good. But some of them, believe me, I've been to all of those countries. I've worked in all of those countries. Some of them are working in pretty, you know, dire conditions. So let's first of all think about, well, wouldn't it be better that we put some money back and we kept some money there and we improve the plant or the working conditions, and then we'll see how much money's left, okay? But I'm the kind of guy that asks awkward questions, and of course, people don't like me for asking those awkward questions, okay? So bear that in mind. Don't stand out too much, particularly when you're young in your career. Question, but always, 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 guys, justify with figures. Give me the figures, give me the data, show me what you've calculated, and then you can tell me, okay? Not just based on what somebody said or some blog or something, because they might have a grudge against the company. They might not be happy and they want to leave and they've already got another job, okay? So a share of exports in total production value of the company. That's fantastic, spreading the good word. Everybody wants to buy our products. Okay, they didn't have mobile phones over there. They couldn't build bridges for whatever reason. Now we're providing the bridges in concrete bits. Okay, I'm all in favor. I did export. I developed, that's how I started in business. I developed companies by going to countries that nobody else would go to. I went to the dodgy parts of the world, if I dare say so, without any disrespect to anybody. And I took risks, and I went there and I came back with the business. Okay, so I think export is good, but please let's do it in a way which is responsible. Let's not do it where we, you know, screwing everybody together. Let's not do it in a way where I have to make a choice if I'm making furniture in France and I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to ship out to my export customers because they pay more than But or Monsieur Meuble for my products in furniture, for example. So I want everybody to win. I want everybody to get their products. Okay, so I don't want to upset the ecosystem, and I don't want to definitely exploit somebody elsewhere or you know, get a bad reputation somewhere for delivering late. And I definitely don't want to destroy jobs. Okay. Net income as a percentage of shareholders' equity or owners, you know, that are invested in the country. So, you know, what are they doing with that money? Are they just taking it out? Am I just, in other words, to put it blunt, guys, am I making the same rich people richer than they were without thinking about all the rest? What else could I do with that money? What else could I improve redistribution of wealth? What else could I do to make workers' conditions better? What else can I do to, you know, make the whole system much better? Okay, and keep my workers' kids off the streets and get them to play football if it means sponsoring a local football team and a local football ground. I don't mind, you know, but what else can I do than, you know, filling everybody else's pocket with money? And I'm not a communist, guys. I'm not, you know, I've been open to many systems in all my life. I'm just thinking, you know, how money could be used much better when we are making already a lot. When we're not making enough, and I can just about pay the salaries and cover my costs, yes, I'm going to be intelligent about it, and yes, I'm not going to ask them to put money back. But you know, you'll be surprised that in some of those small companies where some of you may end up working, where you could get your first jobs because you get more access, you get more, let's say, you can do more things, you can propose more things than in large structures. But it depends what your career, how you see your career. you know, and some of you will go into big groups and stay all your life in big groups, all right, until you feel it's the right moment maybe to move on and do something else. I'm not criticizing that, but sometimes you get more responsibility in a small business, in a family business, than you do in a large group, because it has to go through several people. And then I've got internal politics and everybody that blocks me because I'm the new kid, you know, what's he going to tell me? He hasn't worked here for 20 years, you know, something like that. So balance everything out. Don't raise questions where there's no need to raise questions, but raise questions where, you know, about how we could integrate things into projects. When we design a product, you know, how could we do it better, you know, which are keeping costs low and where, you know, everybody's winning and where I can use that finance, that money efficiently. All right. And that comes on to my next one, contribution of the company. You know, let's put something back. Let's do something differently. Okay. And then we come to number 10. Obviously, customer satisfaction. Obviously, yes, nobody wants to buy, you know, crappy products and things which destroy whatever. But, you know, that's logical for me. Nobody wants to buy dubious products and services. Okay. There are 2 documents there which you can also see for yourself. I'm not going to read through them. Okay. One of them is called From Traditional Finance to Sustainable Finance. So I think you can see that. Can you see that already? Yeah. Can everybody see it? Yeah.
I think those are on my learning phase anyway, so.
Sorry? Sorry?
I think they're on my learning phase, so we have access to it.
Okay, yeah, but you can see it with me, but you've got it anyway, all right? It's only 80 pages, so it's a good job we pushed back the assignment. It's only 80 pages, but it's a very clear analysis on how we go from financing, traditional financing, bank financing. You know what the system's like. I'll lend you some money if you can already prove to me you've got it. I'll lend you some money if you can prove to me you don't need it, that type of mindset. Okay, so we're starting to move away with that. And it talks about all sorts of aspects of sustainable finance, how we can do things better. So there you've got 3 types of challenge: environmental, social, sustainable. You've got a framework which is proposed, okay, and you've got profit maximization. So again, it's bringing together all the aspects that I've just spoken about. The obstacles are there. It's not so straightforward, okay, and how we can work together at a cooperative level to provide, you know, a better financial system. That's all I wanted to say. And then I've also given for you somewhere, what is it? Inditex, okay, annual report, okay, for 2019. It's not because I'm showing you this report, guys, that you can't choose Inditex if you so wanted to work on that. Inditex annual report, as you can see, is 472 pages. Okay, on average, a listed company is somewhere between 90 and maximum 200 pages. Okay, and if they include small elements of sustainability CSR report, then it's in there. Okay, but that's what we're talking about. Inditex, which is the holding company behind Zara, Massimo Dutti, and all those other brands that some of you are very familiar with, okay, is a Spanish company. They are #1 for their sustainability reports. I'm not saying they're the best managed company, okay, but it makes a change because it's a Spanish company, so that's already something different. It's not a German company, it's not a Scandinavian, okay, it's not an Anglo-Saxon company, and that, you know, gives me some pleasure somewhere that we're always quoting, you know, particularly my country as the top, the benchmark, the this, the indicate. Yeah, okay, we've done a lot of things, we've moved on, but we're not necessarily now the best in everything, and that gives me some satisfaction that there's somebody else. Okay, and what you can see from this, just very quickly, guys, is you've got the Global Reporting Initiative principles. Okay, so they're telling you how they measured, okay, how they come up to standards. All right, I'm not going to go into detail. You can have a look through this for yourself. So you can see that they talk about internal assurance, external assurance, then the letter from the chairman and all the blah, blah. Okay, and then it's the milestones: creativity, diversity, sustainability. So you can see there are a lot of things in there. Okay, and they've graded themselves, and this has been evaluated by a separate, okay, a separate agency. All right, so everything has again been, you know, how they've set their variables and how they benchmark against each other's. And here you can see their key financial figures. That's what I spoke about in the first assignment. So key financial figures, that's what I'm looking at. Performance indicators, if they get them broken down, you can see it's all very transparent. Sales in millions of euros per brand, Zara, including Zara Home, and then all of the rest of them. So you can see very clearly where they are, how much taxes they pay, nothing hidden, okay? And they've even gone back, you know, 5 years, okay? So they don't have a problem in sharing all that. Key social environmental data and performance, okay? And that's why I gave you this example, because it's really the #1 top example, guys, okay? That's why I gave you this one, to take into consideration variables which you may want to use for other companies, okay? So people at the forefront, health and safety, social management of supply chain, decarbonization, okay, and circularity, okay, how we make products from cradle to grave, how we can recycle t-shirts and jeans, basically, okay, and it gives them all their consumptions and what they use and CO2 emissions and all the rest. So it goes into a lot of detail, okay. Working for the community, putting something back, okay. And then it gives you all the different formats, and then it gives you beautiful photos and all the rest of the stuff, okay, which I'll leave you to discover by yourself. Guys, before I move on, should we take a 10-minute break and start back at 5:15 for the last part? Is that okay? Do you need it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You still with me though? You're still following, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't killed
Yeah.
anybody yet. No. Okay. Okay. Oh, so back at 5:15 then. All right.
All right.
Okie dokie. Right, guys. I think we'll start back if you're all there behind, raring to go. So I explained a little what CSR was about, sustainable finance. I've shown you an example of a report from Grupo Inditex, which I think illustrates very clearly the type of aspect and the type of variable you're looking at. So the second alternative for a group assignment is to take two competing, again, companies' annual reports. Okay, you can take whatever sectors you're interested in or would like to learn more about or know something about. Okay, so I'm not trying to delimit you. And you should be looking more specifically here at the CSR reports. Some of them have separate reports and some of them are integrated in the annual financial report. Okay, so you should carry out a complete analysis of your chosen company's CSR plus environmental social governance, in other words, ESG impact. So there should be enough of information in those reports for you to work on. But also, I think it's interesting that you take maybe Grupo Inditex's framework and variables and benchmark as a foundation for building on that. So it says carried out a detailed CSR analysis, include all important measurable ratios and or variables. So they don't always have to be ratios. Okay, there can be some other things, could be an improvement, but how did we get there? How did we, you know, reduce waste by 12% over 1 year? Okay, that's the type of thing I'm asking you to analyze. Okay, in other words, are these companies as good and as clean as they claim to be? So I want you to make a comparison also between 2019, 2018, and the more investigative information you provide, obviously, the higher the grade. So again, here is obviously by Friday, the 27th of November. That's what we just agreed on. Okay, still at midnight. If you want to include Excels or any calculations in Excel, then please feel free to do so, and then include all of that or integrate all of that into your Word and then convert it to a PDF document. So you just send me one document, that's fine by me. Okay, so again, maximum of 10 pages, and I want you to also bear in mind that how you measure and what you take and how you do that and how you justify it and how you defend it are just important as the things that you're able to calculate. Okay, because it's like all the rest. Okay, a 12% reduction in waste over a year, is that good? Is that bad? How does it compare with the competition? Okay, so that's what I'm, you know, could more effort have been made? They're trying to sell us something that they're number one, that they're the best thing on, you know, since a sliced bread or whatever we call it. All right, and in fact they're not so good. So obviously the more investigative you go there, the more interesting this will be. And it also gives you those students who are more interested on the, you know, CSR side, sustainability side. How do we measure a company? That could be in the future also a project that you're working on. It also means looking into the finance and measuring those statistics and those variables. Okay, but it's not so much pure financial analysis. Okay, so I'm giving you again two different alternatives that you can take up for assignments. Okay, now the third and final part, okay, which is not so long as I've the other elements that I've just shown you, is to also think about sustainable finance, but also from an investment point of view. Okay, so here I would like to just share with you again some documents. So you've got the Principles of Responsible Investing, a practical guide, okay, for investing in shares. That's what equity investing means. So buying shares in companies, in other words, that prove or that are justified because they've, you know, taken the measures necessary to show that they are, you know, in line with these investment criteria, CSR, ESG, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And I've also given you a second document, which is called Sustainable Investing from Why to Why Not, which we can also have a short read through. Okay. So I'm just going to call up those documents so we can have a look at them. So this one is the practical guide. I'm just going to make it a bit bigger for you so you can see it on the screen. All right, but you've got a copy of it. All right, it's the complete guide. All right, it's 116 pages, but it clearly explains, okay, that there are 6 principles, okay, about responsible investing. And that they give a little bit of what the mission of this association is all about, and then some acknowledgements. You can see who's involved, which sort of companies, obviously a lot of banks and financial institutions involved in drawing this up, but also pension funds and other types of organization. Okay, and so here you can see integrate environmental, social, and governance factors into analysis of listed equity investment, most widespread investment practice. Okay, so here you can see that we've got fundamental strategies, okay, quantitative strategies, also known as systematic strategies, and then we've got smart beta strategies. Okay, so these are all different types of investment approach which companies use. Okay, they're extremely technical. So when obviously products are sold, those terms are not used, but they're used internally. Okay, but we create other terminology to be able to sell them outside. And then we also talk about passive strategies. Okay, like ETFs, exchange traded funds, which are very, very popular in France. For the simple reason is we don't have that notion of risk. So France as a whole is a very risk-averse country, and therefore in France, even if you were considered as a high net worth individual, you would probably not invest directly in, for example, hedge funds, les fonds spéculatifs, or directly in private equity funds, the fonds d'investissement, okay, and variations of all those types of companies that are on the market. So in France, there's a lot of, you know, sharing of risk. So they prefer to invest, and this is probably true, and I'm sure some of you have already looked at investing and how you can move forward in that, in baskets. Okay, so in other words, the risk is shared. But of course, if you invest in baskets, the returns are also shared, as you could imagine. So the returns are much lower, but there's less risk and there's more of a guarantee of recuperating initial investments. Okay. So you can see here that there's a lot of information. They talk about sell side when we sell shares, but also buy side, and different types of things which are integrated. Okay, so the important thing is that it's all about setting and supporting the industry and new benchmarks and integration of techniques. Okay. So the stages, there are 4 stages to integrating that into shares and into prices: qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis, investment decision, and then active ownership. Okay, so that's what that's what I'm asking you to look at if you decide to opt for the 3rd assignment. Okay, so what does that include, guys? Well, you know, again, technical words are used. So when we look at the qualitative analysis, we look at the economy, we look at industry sectors, we look at company strategies, and we look at the quality of the people managing those companies. All right. When we look at quantitative analysis, as you can imagine, then we're moving more.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Your PDF is not shared.
It's not shared again. Oh
no.
Sorry. Sorry. Now can you see it, guys?
Yeah, it's okay then.
Yeah, okay. Right, so as I was saying, stage one, I think we've understood from the qualitative perspective on the analysis. Stage two, financial forecasting, so trying to project into the future. I did a little bit like when I explained to you about WACC, NPV, trying to, it's a little bit like having a crystal ball, how far can I see, how far can I go, how much can I predict about how much money the company is going to make, revenue streams, new products, profitability, etc. And then also about what we call financial modeling, okay, which I'm not going to ask you to do, don't worry, about the valuation of a company. But I did tell you earlier on that we can get some idea of how much a company is worth based on the ratios, based on Altman Z-score, based on looking at, for example, goodwill, EBIT, net worth. Okay, so all of those things will give us some idea that are included in the portfolio. Stage four is, well, that's the part once you actually own the shares. So that's the shareholders part. And then the investment decision, the buy, the increase, the hold, the sell, don't invest, and the weighting. How much would you give to that? Okay. So this document, guys, also provides you with some in-depth reading on all sorts of things which we haven't looked at yet, but which are important from either investing in a company or buying shares in a company or investing in a product that already exists, like in the example that I'm going to share afterwards with you. So this is about discounted cash flows, DCF, okay? And discounted cash flows means that I try to project into the future using a discount rate, a model, okay? And then I try and bring that rate back and I say, well, in 5 years' time, every year I'm going to increase by 10%, 20%, whatever, okay? Based on industry knowledge, based on benchmarks, based on indicators, whatever we can. And I'm going to try and bring that back over that 5-year period to today. And that will help me make a decision today and say, well, is it worth it or not? And it's very simple. In DCF calculations, any figure which is positive should be accepted. Any figure where you get a negative result is obviously to be rejected. But sometimes investors, financiers, advisors, but also business people still go ahead even when it's negative. And then afterwards, that's a little bit when the problems arise. It's the I told you so moment. Yeah, it's negative. And I told you not to invest in that. I told you not to go down that road. But people do it because of ego, self-esteem, because they think they're right, because they've always been right, because it's their baby, it's their business. They know the activity sector, okay? But there are just some things which, you can't alter the figures, okay? And of course, there are people who do invest even when the result is showing negative. And because everybody else didn't invest, okay, and if things do work out well and it does turn to their advantage, then obviously they make more money than if they hadn't, and they make more money than the others, okay? And that's how some people win and some people lose, okay? So DCF is the basic forecasting model, okay? Which is there for you. And then we can also look at income statement adjustment. Remember, I said that if mistakes have been made, things will be changed, okay? There are many little case studies that will help you, okay, to put those things into perspective about what will we do about income statements or operating cost, operating margin. And it gives you another perspective at looking at companies from an investment point of view. So I'm not looking to analyze them from what's going on internally. Could they do things better? Can I compare it with the competition? Are they doing more CSR than the others? But I've got an amount to invest, €1 million or 10 million euros, any amount you want, guys, all right? And I'm going to say, well, how would you, what would you invest that in? How would you break that down? Would you put it all, in one product? Would you put all your eggs in one basket? Would you diversify? Would you have a look at the companies that are included in that investment package to see, whether they really meet those criteria? So I'm asking you again to do in this assignment to do a little bit of analysis and to see, you know, from which perspective you can approach it, but also something which gives you confidence to say, yeah, we've looked at the economy, we've looked at all those. We didn't do any financial modeling, Mr. Pitchford, but we did look at the companies and the activity sector, and we tried to get some indicators, key performance indicators, but also KPRs, key risk, KRIs, key risk indicators, which gives us a little bit of an idea of future potential of how things are going to work out. You know, we're looking at, you know, a current situation. Would you invest now? With assignments 1 and assignments 2, I was looking at the past. I'm looking at 2019 and 2018. Okay. With assignment 3, I'm looking at now. Would you invest now, given the situation we talk about, and I'm not going to go into in detail, you know what I mean. Would you put your money in that particular product now? Okay.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes.
There is someone in the waiting room, and can you let him in?
Yes, I should imagine so. But I can't see him. Who is he?
I think it's Gikam.
I can't see him that he's out. Can you see him anywhere? No.
No.
Yeah. So if he doesn't show up, it's a bit difficult to let him in. Even though we're 94. So it should work, excuse me. So you can see here also for this excuse me, particular assignment that there are again excuse me, I'm going to have to drink of water. Particular aspects that are important in relation to the type of product that I'm going to show you afterwards. So if you do select this assignment, then you're going to have to read through this document very carefully. And you're going to have to draw some conclusions and validate those conclusions, but also to analyze a little bit the past performance. Okay, and we always say from an investment perspective that past performance is unfortunately no guarantee for future performance. Okay, so it's not because something worked well last year that it's automatically going to produce the same returns, okay, this year. So I would also like you to analyze that, to make a complete, okay, to make a complete and thorough analysis of all the elements which you think are important to make a valid decision. I know you're not financial analysts. I know you're not investment specialists. Okay, it's just to see from a perspective, because you never know in the future, again, with regard to projects, okay, somebody could ask you, because you've been a number of years at the company, could you have a look into, for example, if we were to set up a subsidiary in a faraway country, or if we were to buy a company in a faraway country. So it's the same thing. Okay, I've got extra risks, but I've got things that I need to also analyze with regard to the economy, the business situation in that country, tax, and all sorts of different elements. So I'm asking you a little bit to look at those aspects as well. All right. So there are many different little, what we call snippets, okay, that will help you to understand and how to approach the analysis. Okay, so it's all done in scenarios. And you can see here that there are some case studies, okay? So we've taken the apparel industry, which is the fancy word for clothes, okay, textiles. The company's there and whatever, and the guy who wrote it and the integration technique, and we're trying to calculate labor standards impact on revenue and the discount rate, okay? So again, this will also help you for assignment 2, okay? So the impact on valuation, okay? the areas that I need to take into consideration. All right, and you can see here that it shows up again all the elements that we've spoken about, the cash flow, short-term, long-term. So again, how are those companies positioned on the market? How are they reacting? How is the stock market reacting? All right, and each case, okay, each time, sorry, you've got a different case study. Okay, the impacting of increasing environmental regulation, for example. So here they took the automotive industry. All right, and you can see also how that would work out. All right, so they took here again some interesting time, and they tried to project it, you can see, into the future. So we start in 2005, but we're actually, you know, in our time scale, we're up to 2025. Okay, so you know, nobody knows what's going to happen. This is in 5 years' time. Lots of things could change. 5 years is a long time in business, as we say. Okay. So again, I think it's important to have a read through all these little cases on social development goals. So again, identifying trends. Okay, so you can see the earnings per share, and we're trying to again move on down so you can see sales and the margin, and then you can see health and wellness. SG, social development goal number 2, zero hunger in the world. Number 3. And then you can see with the margin, well, what impact is that having on our water consumption, on raw materials, on energy efficiency? And you can see a little bit where that fits in. And it enables you guys very quickly, when you've condensed all this and had a read through it, it enables you to draw up little diagrams like that, where you're able to measure either a company or an investment and the status and say, well, does it meet those criteria? We know full well that if we go to a particular country, things are going to be bad or worse than they are in Europe. Sometimes they may even be better. Okay, so be careful about presuming that the situation is sometimes, you know, worse off than where we're based. Okay. So sustainable work practices in the retail sector. So again, all of those will help you, particularly with assignment 2, but also with assignment 3, material impact on fair value. Okay, for semiconductors, for example, I told you that one of my examples is, you know, a cooperation agreement. So again, really important. Evaluating ESG impact on project costs of any particular project. Here we've got about water, for example, an internal rate of return. Okay, so and then some of the things that I've mentioned. Okay. Integrating opportunities and risks into models, so you can see what I also spoke about earlier with my those 10 different variables, so that I strongly suggest that you have a read through this, and it will give you some ideas. And here you can see on this particular element, so we're looking on beta. Okay, so on the beta of the share price. And then we took companies like Bonduelle, Casino, Fleury Michon, Tesco, Unilever, Wesson. So again, you know, some of those brands and those companies you will be already familiar with. Okay, so I think that is important to understanding. So it breaks it down, qualitative, quantitative. So you've also got with, you know, some calculations and how we would reproduce that, and how you can see also integrating the risk in different models. Okay, so I'm sure that if you take that, you can have a read through it, and please feel free, however, if you want to opt for the final assignment, that if you've got any questions, please feel free to ask me. Okay, and here you can see how we've gone for the passive element, which is the exchange traded funds, ETF. So weighing stocks of stocks mainstream. This is obviously a stock market according to material factors. Okay, so everything can be measured, and here you can see particular areas on sustainable development, key performance. Okay, and everything that can be included in there. Sorry, and then you can see the integration score, the component weights. Okay. And how much we included, and could we have changed the weighting to adapt more to all the various principles and everything that we have. Okay, and the same thing about low carbon indexes, okay, about how we can track all of those. And there you've got some, probably some companies for those people working in energy that are maybe obviously well known to you, okay? So it gives you a lot of information, okay? And it even sets up particular graphs about where we can, you know, benchmark who is found in which quadrant. So again, if you're able to reproduce something like that, then that would be fantastic, okay? And you can see here what we call, just by looking aerospace and defense industries, and it's again a well-known French company which is called Auto Securities, which invests heavily in equities. And you can see that, you know, we talk often about what we call the broadened balance sheet. So you've got the traditional balance sheet, so you can see here fixed assets, current assets, equity and liabilities. And then we've got what we call the extended balance sheet, okay? So human resources, okay? How do we measure, you know, employee motivation, loyalty, team spirit? Societal resources, freedom, property rights, okay? Imagine today trying to do an equivalent exercise in Hong Kong or somewhere else. Natural capital, so industrial site cleanup, water preservation, energy consumption, okay? And then again in the extended balance sheet, human resources is separate from human capital. The obligation to spend money on training, so I get a better, you know, more competent employees. Severance pay, future salary, you know, how does all that work out? Societal resources, regulation, compliance, lobbying. And then again, another one on natural capital at the same, which is the bottom there, waste reduction, okay? So it comes to the same things, all right? And then you can see here just an interesting approach. This approach adds natural capital and human capital to the cost of equity and cost of debt. So remember earlier we saw with the weighted average cost of capital, you know, how we could do the breakdown. And here you can see just by including those elements, right? How we can, you know, we can sort of readjust. Okay, and that's why we come out with what we call a WCAG sort of thing, okay? So in other words, I'm going a step further to include all those elements of sustainability, intellectual capital, okay? And you can see, if you do the quickly, you can compare and see what the letters refer to, okay? And this is how you get an adjusted cost of equity, for example. And this is how we could realign the value of a stock. And this is how analysts believe that when you look at some companies, okay, earlier I mentioned, for example, Tesla, but also Nikola with those electric truck engines. And this is how we can integrate different elements. And it's not because you produce electric vehicles that you tick all the boxes with regard to all the rest, okay? And sometimes we forget that. But if we just look at electric vehicles and what people want, and people are buying Teslas, okay, then we tick the boxes, but do we tick it for all the rest, okay? And that's sometimes what we, you know, what we tend to miss out on an analysis, okay? And again, it gives you some, going one step further, how you can assess an external manager. And assignment 3 is based on an external manager, okay? And I'm just going to fill you in with the details afterwards, all right? So it's how you would look at how they manage the money you give them, whether you give them 1 million or 10 million or 200,000 euros, okay? We all want to get something back, and we all want not to lose something, all right? So again, you can see the type of assessment that is carried out, okay? And the type of things which are important, which we need to take into consideration when we're looking at a financial product in terms of investment, okay? So again, everything is there in the details, the selection process, so you can reproduce that, guys, if you want to look at assignment 3, as long as you say, well, Mr. Pitchford, we took that from your document, PRI, a practical guide, okay, because we couldn't find anything else. And I don't mind you using that, okay? That's one of the realistic methodologies which is out of there. So, you know, all of those aspects you can take and pick and choose little parts for assignment 3. Okay, so I'm not going to read through all of that. All the rest of it you can do by yourself. It goes into more detail, but you know, really interesting things about how we go about choosing an investment and how we would choose on the criteria. But I just wanted to close up with this. This is how the whole process takes. So you've got the start, you've got the due diligence. So you break everything down. You look at the, you know, disclosures, the financial documents, the industry reports. Do I do any modeling? Okay, and then I go to the investment action, and the investment outcome, and the investment thesis, the analysis, and then follow up if I need. And that's how it goes full circle before you make any sort of decision. Okay. And for some of you, that's not a problem if you want to include a SWOT analysis in there. Okay, and then there's of course a little bit of a case study at the end, which shows you a little bit of how they did it and how they carried out all the different aspects, quantitative, corporate, qualitative assessment of the company. Okay, and including all the data. Okay, so it is very, very complete. And therefore, guys, there's no need for you to, I think, look anywhere else. Okay. Now, there was also a second document, Sustainable Investing, that I also wanted to share with you. So I need to be able to call that up and open it. Is it already open? I don't know, because I can't see it. Nope. So this one comes from McKinsey, which is the top consulting companies. Okay, so they talk about sustainable investing as the new normal. So again, this tends to come out every 2 years. The latest version is still from 2017, but again, we're looking at now, guys. All right, so I'm asking you to make a decision now with regard to all of that. And it fills in a little bit of detail. It gives you some context to the market about how important sustainable investing has become, about the importance of taking into consideration risk management, but also enhancing returns, making sure that there's a valid return for all of this, because a lot of people say that it's because we invest in sustainable things that, you know, it doesn't give us such a good return because it's sustainable and it's, you know, corporate social responsibility and ESG. Okay, so again, leading institutions apply sustainable investing practices across 6 dimensions. So again, if you also want to use this document in your analysis for assignment 3, please feel free to do so. Okay, so it's not only the mandate, I'm not bothered about the technical, but it's the investment beliefs and strategy, whether you really think that something like this is working. Okay, whether every investment should include this criteria. Okay. And then the different levels that we're going to go through. So the operations enablers, okay, like the tools and the processes, the resources, the performance, okay, and the accountability and the transparency. So what I do is I suggest that you have also a read through that document, and you can see here that again, some things are filled in, so we can see what a negative screening is like, a positive screening, and a proactive engagement. So again, at 3 levels for all the different aspects that I just mentioned. Okay, and I would strongly suggest, it's only 11 pages, so I've tried to keep it as short and sweet as possible, but it will help you to think about obviously the final assignments. Okay, so I also have, I'm going back now to my PowerPoint, okay. I've also given for you there 3 documents. So if you choose this assignment, there are 3 documents, which I'm just going to open quickly afterwards with you, based on a particular investment in Vietnam. Okay, so it's not a country that's often looked at, but it's a country which is full of opportunities. It's a country which is growing, and some observers even say that it's going to outpace China, because China has obviously been slowed because of COVID and lockdowns and all sorts of things going on. So there's been, over the last couple of years already before COVID, quite a bit of interest in Vietnam. And Vietnam is considered as a frontier market, so it's not a developed country. It's not developing. It's not like the BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Okay, it's one of those countries which is, it's getting there, but there's still a long way to go. All right, it's evolving very quickly, and it's opening up, and it's becoming transparent. There are some issues, let's say, not only with the political side, but also the social side and how people are treated and wages and whatever. From an economic business perspective, things have developed very, very quickly over the last five years, that's for sure. And the whole business environment about doing business in Vietnam, investing in Vietnam, has become much more transparent and accountable. Okay, so there are also 3 other documents in there. So you've got one which is called the Lumen Vietnam Fund, okay, which I presume you can still see, which is from Vogt Asset Management, which is an asset manager. It's the manager of the fund, based in Liechtenstein, okay, but nothing dodgy, believe me. I wouldn't introduce you something like that. This is really, you know, these are serious guys about doing business and whatever. So here it gives you a little bit of an overview of the fund. So it talks about investing in Asia's most dynamic market. Obviously, their choice of objectives and so on and so forth is going to be very dynamic and pushy. Okay, they're there to sell, they're there to convince. Okay, so that's completely different approach from the other 2 assignments that we've looked at. All right, this is the latest update which I had from December 2019. Okay, so it talks 3 different aspects. It talks about fund management, it talks about the Lumen Vietnam Fund, which is what you're going to focus on, UCITS, okay, which is a technical term for being able to sell that product in all countries in Europe. That's basically what it means, okay? And then you'll see that you get some analysis on the macroeconomy and the market. So you've got a lot of legal stuff at the beginning, as you can expect, but you've also got how they choose their shares, their stocks. Don't forget, stocks is also an American term equivalent to shares, which is very much used by the Asians because they have an approach which is more US oriented than GB oriented. Okay, so you can see there the breakdown, how the fund is constructed, the portfolio selection. Okay, you can see how they invest in the companies, how they put the money. That's their methodology. Okay, and you can also see that they also integrate. They've integrated from the beginning ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So they give you an idea of how they would measure that, their indicators, and so on and so forth. Okay. You can also see the market capitalization. So they consider it as not frontier. So they said Vietnam's market cap, so that's the total of the stock market, guys, is higher than some emerging markets such as Poland, Turkey, Kuwait, and Pakistan. But don't forget, the figures are based on 2019. Okay, so there may have been some changes in light of the current situation. With regards to market liquidity in those stock markets, it's not considered as a frontier market either. So it's higher than some countries like Poland, Philippines, United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait. Okay, so there you can see the positioning of Vietnam. Here you can see a comparison of stocks in which they've, we focus on inexpensive blue chips, okay? I know you all play poker in your spare time. Well, if you don't, try and find out about it. So poker, blue chips, if you know, guys, are the ones with the highest value. So it's the companies with the highest market caps. That's what they invest in. But they also balance that with high value, small and mid caps. Okay, don't forget caps is the abbreviation for capitalization. So small caps and mid caps, fast growing companies, biotech, fintech, all of those things are of interest. And there they've given you a selection, okay, with some numbers already. And you can see that they've also taken this from Bloomberg. So they use the tables that the websites that I've also provided for you. And then they talk about the things that are driving the performance. So you can see that they're overweight. In other words, they're heavily invested, more in mid caps than anything else. Okay, so whether we think that's a good thing or not. So I'm asking you also to look a bit at the strategy and what's behind the performance. Okay, based on the elements that you have. So you can also see that the Lumen Fund is based on strong enterprise fundamentals and a healthy earnings outlook. So you can see their top 10 positions and the allocated, so how much they've allocated in the fund to that, all right? And they've also given the price earnings ratio. So whether we consider for the LVF fund, so that's the Lumen Vietnam Fund, 11.2, and you can see in 2009, forecast, the F afterwards means forecast, okay, because we haven't got quite the end, whether that's considered as good. So you can see they're already down a little bit in 2020, all right? The fund performance, so you can see with the trackers how we can fund and how we can see how the fund is bearing. Low correlation diversification, so that's how they're comparing it with other funds in the market, okay? So you can see Eurostux, S&P, which stands for Standard & Poor's, okay? So you've got some different benchmarks, okay? You've got the currencies, you can see where the distribution is, okay? And of course, the distribution will shortly be coming up. They've already started in France, so it's not something which is illegal, it will be available, okay? So you can also see the share breakdown in dollars, in Swiss francs, but also in euros, okay? And what you get for that, okay? And also the opening up to different types of investors. And you can see here the regional valuation with regard to other stock markets in the Asia Pacific area. And there you can see the investment themes, okay? And that's really important because that will help you to make a comparison within, let's say, the macroeconomy of Vietnam and to see what's going on and to see whether those projects are actually happening or whether it's just something which is in forecast or whether it's moving forward, okay? You've already got a bit of information, as you can see, on country profile, things on the population growth, nominal GDP, okay? If you've done some basic economics courses before in your life as a student, these things will speak to you. Obviously, things like tourist arrivals, that's going to be impacted because we're not sure whether we can fly or whether we can go there and if you can get back. So yeah, that's probably been hit a little bit by all sorts of various elements in there, okay? And you can also see the presence of international companies in Vietnam. And you can see value discovery about things like the possibilities for investing in large caps, early discoveries, all sorts, for example, junior markets. So, you know, you've got lists of companies which you can see that you're able to hopefully make a decision on whether you think this is a sound investment or not. You've also got some figures there on Southeast Asian e-commerce, you know, what we think about the internet economy, regional market comparison. So you can see again there, all the figures, you know, as you can see, these stopped in 2019, and the last one you've got forecast for 2020, and then you've got some, you know, a bit of various information. I've also given you, for the geeks among you, some technical analysis. So again, I think you'll have to do a little bit of research, but if you choose to do this, guys, please feel free to mail me. If you do want this assignment, I've got more documents that I can give you. I've sent you the latest update on the fund, but if you want to look at the past performance, but in most of them, you've got it going back a number of years. Okay, so you've got all the fun facts, okay, which is what you need, obviously, to know, to be able to analyze. And then you've got statistics, okay, over 1 year, 3 year, 5 year period. Okay, so you've got things like return, volatility, beta, tracking error, okay, Jensen's alpha, information. So all the ratios are per annum. That's what PA means. And you may have to look some of those up, but that's part of your learning and your investment at the same time. The sectors will speak to you. So consumer discretionary, consumer staples. Okay, I'm sure you can understand that. And then you've got the positions of the companies and how much they're weighting. So you've got the individual companies, and you've got how much they're, of the total investment, how much is actually, included in there. You've got the return. You can see the fund live. If you go on Bloomberg and you type it in, it should give you, regular updates. Okay. And also at the end of there, you can see that there's a small market report, okay, telling you about the situation, what's going on in Vietnam, and what certain companies like Moody's, which give ratings to all these, so they give BA3 grade to Vietnam. Is that good? Is that bad? How does it fare with other countries? Could I invest somewhere else? And those are the monthly returns. So you see, at the end of 2019, okay, the fund, well, it was -1%. Okay, so that's what it means. But if you look globally, okay, we've got some pretty, steep, good annual returns. There are not many negatives. So even if I put the negatives together, okay, it's not that bad. Okay, if I take it globally. And then also you've got the latest update. This is from October 2020. So you've got how the situation has moved on. You can see that the weighting has changed, okay? So that they've moved around a little bit, okay? There's been quite a little bit of volatility and movement, obviously. And yeah, they've given you also updates. So again, we've gone into positive territory. So you can see that although in this, I don't like to call it COVID year, if we look from March, March was horrible. And then you see how we've jumped from April over the COVID, many countries in lockdown, even in Asia, July, and then August, a huge jump. And then I'm still positive territory. It'll be interesting to see what November comes up with, but I won't be able to give you November, unfortunately, until the month is finished. Okay, so to go back to my PowerPoint slide, guys. So all of those documents, and what I'm asking you to do is to make an overall analysis of the Lumen Vietnam Fund, include the criteria, make a risk assessment. If you need further information, I can send it to you, make it available, send it via WeTransfer, because some of them will be heavy documents. And if you're able, extra points will be awarded for a comparison with a similar fund in another frontier market. Again, so we're looking at Friday, that's what we said, Friday, 27th of November at midnight. Anything to do with technical analysis, ratios, whatever you want, performance, whatever you want to do, guys, in Excel, and then integrate that into a Word and PDF. Same rules apply, maximum 10 pages, and your analysis of risks and potential returns on your assessment of the fund is just as important of your overall assessment of Vietnam, the economy, and the investment potential. And where are they? Et comme je dis à la fin de chaque cours, c'est tout ce qu'il faut faire. C'est facile?
how many people should be in each group?
Well, look, I've calculated that I know we've got some people missing now, so you should be, I think, 127. So I've taken it at the full total. And I reckon if you're 4 or 5 people in a group maximum, I think that should be enough. Is that okay?
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't make too big groups. Because it's not a question. There are 2 points for me. I want everybody to learn something from this and everybody to participate and do their little bit. And if you get groups of 8 or 9, it's always, you know what I'm talking about. It's always the same 2 or 3 who do everything, and then the others are free riding. I don't like to accuse anybody. I'm sure you're not like that, but you never know. And the second thing is, it gives you more opportunity to work on things and learn something for yourself. Okay, so 4 or 5 would be fantastic. All right.
All right.
What would be nice, guys, is please feel free to mail me. You understand that I'm not always behind a computer waiting for emails. I'm doing other things as well. So it may take me a bit of time to get back to you. I noticed that Guillaume Quattropani, that sounds like a nice Italian name from somewhere. Guillaume, so you said you want to do something with your group on Adidas and Nike, if that's what I understood. So yeah, I'm going to say that's an oral yes, because you said if I don't get a reply, that means you can start work. I will try to reply to everybody. Colin, we're going to work on PSA and Renault. That's fine. Mohamed Dembele, okay, with several you're going to do Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, okay, and that's all I've got. So if you can let me know, but you can just make sure that there's one person in the group that sends me the email, even if you've got questions. All right. So I'm only communicating with one person, a manager or whatever, and then you're spreading out the good word, so it saves several emails. But if you can let me know as quickly as possible, because I just want to avoid, people working on the same companies. That's all. Okay.
Sir?
Louise, yes?
Yes, we are not sure about it, but we thought about Ubisoft and Electronic Arts. Is it okay?
That's okay for me, Louise. That's fine. The most important thing for me, you can be as geeky as you want, because you know all those industries better than me. It's just that you're able to find financial reports. And be very careful, because I had a previous group the other year that wanted to take video game manufacturers. So the brand was very well known, but because it wasn't a public company, it wasn't listed on the stock market, they couldn't find the financial documents. So if you've got an idea about a company, look for the financials, make sure you've got them, download them, and then send me the mail. That's the easiest thing.
Excuse me, sir. I just want to be sure about something.
Yeah, Louis?
Do we need to do one of the 3 assignments, or do we need to do the 3 of them?
Do you want to do all 3, Louis?
Well, I don't know, maybe.
Est-ce que tout le monde veut faire les 3 parce que vous n'avez rien d'autre à faire?
No, it's a joke, it's a joke.
It's a joke, okay. Somebody's asked you to shut up, I think, Louis. No.
Yeah, that's true.
Listen, if we'd have had more time and more courses, then yes, I would have asked you to do more. But I think if you do one of the 3 assignments, Louis, and that's valid for everybody, based on the 4 hours, I think you've got enough work there. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the moment, guys?
Excuse me, can we do it on Epic Games and Riot?
You can do it on whatever you want,
okay.
Louis, as long as you find the financial report. That's the issue,
Okay.
Do something that interests you. Do something that may help you in the future. I don't care what that can be. All right, I can look at everything, but make sure you can find the financial reports, because if you spend a day looking for the stuff on internet, then it's a bit of a time waster. Okay.
Sir?
Yes?
And the deadline is for the Friday 27, right?
Yes, for everybody. So don't ignore what I said in my email. So for everybody, Friday, the 27th of November at midnight.
Okay.
Is that all right, Mohammed?
Yeah, all right.
Good. And please make sure you get the message across to those people who couldn't join us. Please make sure that you include them in your groups. But also, if they do have extra questions, tell them that they can mail me. Give them, you know, you've all got access to the documents somewhere. So my email address is on the first slide of the PowerPoint, guys. All right?
All right.
Good. Well, if nobody's got any other questions, it was a pleasure. I would have preferred to do it face to face, but obviously the situation has made us do otherwise. It's not always easy to do something like that on, you know, over distance, but it just proves that we are able to do things. So that's good. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something. I know it was probably very intensive in English for 4 hours, just under 4 hours. And I look forward to receiving your assignments. And please, if you've got any questions, if you want to double check something, I'm not going to say that a calculation is right or wrong, but if you want to double check before you move on because you're not sure, then, you know, just be free to mail me. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Take care, guys. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
It was a great pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Good evening.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.